Let's give it another minute or so. He's going to join us. We are back from closed session, folks. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD is absent at this point, and Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Eleanor. Mike, do we have any announcements from closed session?
No, Mayor.
Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn from closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Lowenstein, second by Councilmember Horvath. Any objections? So ordered. We are adjourned from closed session. Now I'd like to call to order an open session regular meeting of the Redondo Beach City Council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
And Councilmember MD, not absent at this point, and Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Eleanor. Let's all rise and salute the flag and take a moment of silence, please. Make sure, yeah, there's the flag. Great. Okay, ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of
America.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thanks, folks. Next, we'll do announcements. Councilmember Nierenheim, do you have any announcements?
Yeah, a couple. I had a great community meeting on Saturday with a lot of great residents there in person at Alta Vista. I just want to remind everyone at Alta Vista right now there's some sewer pump and a sewer drain being fixed. So parking during the week is extremely limited. Essentially no parking in front of where the community center is there. That will be there for about the next month or so. And I want to congratulate the Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce and Mike Ward for the great Super Bowl fun run down there this last Sunday. Got my award, did a great run. It was a lot of runners, 7,000 something runners, some cool costumes down there. Really enjoyed being a part of it and doing the run. It's a great course that they do. Hats off to both Mike Ward from Village Runner and Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce, all the sponsors. It was a really cool event to have so many people there and have it go so well. And of course, I have to thank public safety staff and public works for being out there, putting out the trucks and making sure that the streets were opened and closed at the right time. Everything came through safe. So thanks again. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I'd also like to echo what Councilmember Nierenheim said. Good turnout. And thank you again for Public Works and Public Safety for setting up and breaking down the course. The next District 2 community meeting is actually tomorrow night, Wednesday, February the 16th, 6 to 7:30 on Zoom. You can register to get an invite on the District 2 webpage at redondo.org. And that's it. Thank you.
Hey, Councilmember Horvath.
Yep, community meeting this Saturday, 9:30 to 11 a.m. My special guest will be Chief Kaufman.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
A couple brief ones. First, I want to thank our code enforcement staff because I went ahead and I reported on Access Redondo the following. Let's see if I can click on it here. If you can see that, the chip paint at 2700 Artesia Boulevard, they subsequently ended up, talking to the owner or doing what they do. And there's a new paint job on the building, which residents reached out to me to thank me for, actually, and said if I had any involvement in it. So I thank code enforcement for that. But there's The downside is that the backside of the building's not painted, and usually, things in the same line of sight should be the same color. Don't know if they're just not there yet or if they don't have any plans to do so, but just wanted to flag that, as well as, this is the picture from today, the initial thing that caused me to report it is still not fixed, but this is progress, and I'm happy for it. And the second thing I wanted to report and read for folks from the staff report in N2, I think from the chief, is this. This is his words probably. In the city of Redondo Beach, our drivers should take extra care and precautions when making turns or yielding the right-of-way, driving at unsafe speeds, and they should be reminded to never drive under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Behavioral changes in these three areas would greatly reduce the number of vehicle collisions and make for a much safer Redondo Beach. Thank you for that, Chief. All right, that's all, folks.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
I also thought the 5K, 10K went really well. I was volunteered to do the registration, got to meet a lot of folks that way. It really is a great group of people to come out for that. And it was extremely well organized. I know there were some complaints about, but it's been a couple of years since we kind of got it together. So I think overall it was really great. So other than that, I hope you guys have a great holiday weekend coming up.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, that's announcements. Next up is a presentation by Southern California Edison Gas Company, Clean Power Alliance, and the California Public Utilities Commission regarding recent and upcoming utility rate increases. Who's going to lead this, Mike?
I will. Ted will probably kick it off, Mayor, and then introduce the various groups.
Okay, great.
I will. Thank you, Mayor and Mike. Tonight we are joined by the four entities that you mentioned, Mayor. From Southern California Edison, we actually have several people who are here, but I will let Diane Forte, their government relations manager, introduce them when it's time. We also have representation from Southern California Gas, and Fabiola Ochoa, their public affairs manager, will be presenting their portion. Clean Power Alliance, we will have Gina Goodhill. She's the interim director of external affairs. She will also be joined by Ted Bardicke to help answer any questions. All three of those entities actually have slide presentations, which I will be sharing as they come up per your direction. The CPUC, we do have Issa Powell. She's the government and community liaison for the CPUC. She doesn't have any presentations, but she will be answering any questions that you may have. So with that, I'll turn it over to Diane to maybe introduce the Edison team.
Great.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, and staff.
Hi, Diane.
How are you doing? Good to see you again. I've been speaking with Todd quite often. We're here to discuss the key drivers of higher energy bills and rates, and to also share the assistance available to customers. So with me tonight, I have two executives from our team, Lorene Miller, Vice President of Customer Service, and Rob Thomas, Director of Pricing Design and Research. If you could share the presentation, we will start and then be able to answer questions. You can go to the next slide. And these are our speakers and topics, and then I'll turn it over to Lorene to kick it off. Next slide, please.
Thanks very much, Diane and City Council. Appreciate the opportunity here to for everybody to understand the drivers of some of these higher energy bills, and we definitely recognize how challenging it can be for customers to deal with these unexpected energy costs, especially during a pandemic and right after the holidays. So I'm Lorene Miller, as Diane introduced me. I am Vice President of Customer Service Operations, which means that I lead the team that supports our billing organization and contact center, our energy advisors that take calls in the contact center. And we have been working over the last couple of weeks with my colleagues on analyzing the usage and the billing trends of customers across our service territory and those in Redondo Beach. My colleague, Rob Thomas, will speak to more of those details. But really, ultimately, we were able to step back and look at understand many of the key drivers, both of higher energy use and of the higher bills that many customers saw in January. And what I'll start with that is pretty unique to coastal communities like Redondo Beach is that the highest bill for residential customers of the year is typically in January. And we've seen that trend over the last few years. We've included the amount of the usage. We definitely saw a usage increase from December to January. And then we also, though, saw that the bills themselves increased also because we've had some rate increases during 2021. And many of you are aware, but these rate increases have been very much to support the investment in two really important priorities of protecting our energy grid, having it be more resilient, supporting it to be more carbon free, and particularly to deal with extreme weather and mitigate those impacts. So there has been a series of rate increases throughout the year, culminating, really in these bills that customers saw along with higher usage in January, and the average bill in Redondo Beach being $140 in January. And some customers we realized had even higher bills because they may have had more usage, or they may have had other circumstances that contributed to higher usage and bills. But we do base, the vast majority of our bills are based upon actual usage readings from smart meters that communicate hourly usage every day that's available on our website for customers to view. And all of you know too, the majority of customers in Redondo Beach are served by Clean Power Alliance. And so the Edison bill that we deliver includes both Edison charges as well as CPA. So bottom line is we realize it's very impactful to customers to deal with high energy bills. We have many options that are available, and I'll be happy towards the end of this presentation to cover more of those options. But I did want to ensure that everyone was aware we have extended the disconnection moratorium for customers that are unable to pay their bills, that may be accruing some arrearages. We have not disconnected any customers for non-payment throughout the pandemic. We don't anticipate even starting disconnections until June, likely at the earliest. And so we have a lot of other programs that can assist customers in spreading out their payments over time for arrearages they may have incurred throughout the pandemic and now with these higher energy bills. So with that, I'd like to hand it off to Rob Thomas, and after he covers his piece, I'll kind of close out with more options available to customers, and happy to take questions.
Hello, everybody. I'm trying to get my video to come through. Hi, I'm Rob Thomas. I'm the Director of Pricing, Design, and Research for Edison, and my team is the team that sets the rates and designs rate options for electricity, gas, and water. We have had recent electricity rate increases. In January, we had a 3% increase for the system, and also is about a 3% rate increase for the residential class. That was preceded by about an 8% increase in October relative to the rates in June. So since the summer period, we have seen roughly about 11% increase in rates. And when you compare rates January to January, the adjustments are about 18%. In 2021, all of these adjustments were primarily these adjustments were associated with infrastructure investments for the transmission distribution system, as well as investments with wildfire risk, for wildfire risk mitigation. These types of investments bring benefits to customers in the form of improved public health and safety, and a more robust grid for economic growth and development. As I shift over towards the usage, as Lorraine mentioned, coastal cities like Redondo generally do see higher usage in the wintertime. I mean, this is primarily driven by the very mild weather that you have in the summer, and then by contrast, the cooler weather that occurs in the wintertime. There's also a high prevalence of electric heating in residences, both single family and multifamily. And when that's combined with holiday loads and other loads like EV loads, it does tend to drive up the usage in the December-January period, resulting in higher bills. The 15% increase that we see relative to the prior month's bills, so the 15% increase that we saw in the January bills relative to December bills is consistent with about the 12% that is increase in usage that we saw. So you see that there's a real tight correlation or a tie between usage and the bill. Edison did receive a handful of accounts to review from the city. And we reviewed those accounts and found no evidence of meter malfunctions. We were able to verify the meters. The meters are electronic, and so it's a relatively quick verification process that we do with the billing system to determine whether the meters are reading accurately. We did see, however, in this handful of accounts that there were events of what appeared to be heating loads and also holiday loads related to lighting or other events. A few of the accounts, the customers had adopted EVs, electric vehicles. And what's interesting is the process of adopting electric vehicle, is a good step for decarbonization. But when we think about decarbonization with electric technologies, we also need to think about load management and how we would do that. Just using my own adoption of EV as an example, EVs can save money for the entire house, right? So if you look at the charging with an EV, it's about 5 cents a mile, as opposed to about 14 cents a mile for gasoline usage. So while the electric bill may go up, the household energy bill may go down because of the offset with gasoline. Later in the year, we expect to transition around 20,000 customers in Redondo Beach to time-of-use pricing. This is also an effort that's in line with the state's decarbonization goals. We expect through this transition that roughly 75% of those customers will see lower bills through the use of time-of-use rates. And these are rates that vary based on time of day. Let's go on to the next slide. Okay, on this slide here, this shows the seasonal pattern of load. The red chart at the top is the average monthly usage for the city of Redondo. And you can see the wave pattern that occurs. At each point where you see a number, that's the month of January, which reflects December usage. Then the blue chart at the bottom shows the average monthly bill, once again for Redondo, and you can see that pattern there. And the unexpected bills is pretty visible in this chart, is really the result of the recent rate adjustments as well as the seasonal usage pattern that we see in Redondo. And let's go to the next slide. This slide just shows a comparison of the city of Redondo's usage, the red line down at the bottom. And once again, this is just showing how the seasonal pattern that you see on coastal cities is very different from what you would see at the system, which is reflected with the blue chart. So as a system, load generally peaks in the summer, reflecting more air conditioner loads and so forth. Whereas for coastal cities, you see that usage predominantly peaking in the winter. And let's go on to the last slide. And so the last slide really shows the January to January comparison. The charts on the left-hand side there are the average monthly kilowatt hours. The gray bar is the January 2021 usage, and then the red bar is the 2022 value. It's similar to what we saw on the previous chart. The bars just to the right there show the system by comparison. And essentially what you see there is that December to January increase, it steps up. Actually, if you go November, December, January, you can see that the step up there is consistent with what you see system-wide. And it's really, once again, that combination of higher usage and the rate adjustments that resulted in the higher bills, the unexpected higher bills. So managing usage with the rates as they're designed, once again, in an effort to decarbonize, managing usage in this way really takes a bit more consideration in terms of whether the energy is used in the 4 to 9 period or outside of that period, and then how the energy what level of energy is used. We recognize that these changes, both in the rates and in the way that electricity is priced, and can create difficulties. And I'm going to pass it back to Lorene now, who can discuss options for bill assistance.
Thanks, Rob. If we can go to the next slide. There's several options that we have captured here. Again, we have been fielding quite a few calls from customers who are having trouble paying their bills. This has occurred not just now, but throughout the pandemic, but especially as the winter peak bills come through, we've seen a bit of an uptick there. And I apologize, my dog is barking. There are a lot of different information that's out on our website for customers to learn more, understand the drivers of their energy costs, but I wanted to share some of the options available. In particular, we have for income qualified customers, some lower rates. They may be eligible also for some free appliance upgrades, or can sign up for alerts that would allow for notification if they were starting to exceed or look like they might exceed their spend. But as I shared earlier, though, we have the ability, and we have very regularly been providing flexible payment options for customers that have incurred basically debt over the time of the pandemic period. And customers can call. We have an 800 number listed here, and automatically request through the voice response unit in extension, or they can speak with a representative. Or we also have a plan that just last September, as part of our work with the commission staff, we have implemented a automatic, if a customer falls 60 days behind in their bills, we will automatically place those customers on a 24-month payment arrangement. So we'll take what's due over the last 60 days, spread it over 24 months, and we'll mail a letter to those customers informing them that we've placed them on such an arrangement. And that letter also includes other options that could assist customers in managing their energy use, their usage, and making payments. So quite a few different options available to customers, but really understand that it's extremely difficult for some customers to be managing such an increase in their energy bills at this time. And we provide as much as we possibly can in terms of flexibility on that payment. And again, we're not disconnecting any customers for non-payment, and haven't for almost 2 years. Wanted to open it up for questions at this point.
Okay, thanks. Lorene, can you stop sharing your screen for a second? You can call it back up if we need to, but thank you for that presentation. Let me see if there's any questions. Councilmember Obaji.
Sure, just a couple questions. To what extent is the fact that SCE has not collected or sought enforcement of its past due bills against other residents or residents cause this rate hike to be necessitated?
I'll let Rob answer that. Rob, you're on mute.
You're muted, Rob.
Sorry about that. There's 2 mute buttons. Yeah, the rate adjustments that we saw in January, October, and also earlier in 2021 were not related to this arrearage management program. They were
none of these rate hikes are related to that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Well, two quick follow-up questions. One is, oh geez, it escapes me. But to what extent are you oh yeah, this is it. We know that there's off-peak and peak usage of electricity, right? And you're saying 20,000 more people are going to get onto that peak off-peak system. Should there be 3 tiers, like super off-peak, as an additional level of pricing, so people can, for example, charge their cars in the middle of the night and not have to pay much?
Yes. So the way that we have our pricing set up is there are default rates that have an on-off peak essentially, but we do have an EV rate option. It's called Prime that has a super off-peak period, and it's specifically designed. For simplicity, we made the pricing the same in the super off-peak as well as the off-peak, but that's the rate that's designed for EVs and heat pumps and so forth.
All right. And the last thing is there's been concern, I think, with some of the legislation that's potentially coming down from at the state legislature level, that essentially the utility companies don't want us to be generating, solar energy on our roofs anymore, and therefore basically reducing the rates that homeowners or renters, landowners would receive for generating electricity sustainably on our roofs. Is that accurate? I mean, does it make sense still for people to go solar in Redondo Beach if they can? Are the rate increases going to continue to go up? Are the rates going to continue to go up in cost? Or how can we track that? Is it connected to oil prices?
Yeah, so that's a very inaccurate characterization. The utilities are not against solar. What the issue is that solar energy that's exported onto the grid is exported onto the grid at a value that's set at retail. So that would be approximately 25 cents a kilowatt hour. That energy is exported onto the grid at the same time that there may be surplus large-scale solar that is then curtailed. And that energy could be on the order of 5 cents a kilowatt hour. So what happens is as the higher price energy is exported onto the grid, other customers pay for that energy at the retail rate. And that's what the issue is. So the utilities are not trying to, quote unquote, kill solar, right? The utilities are just trying to make the situation more equitable. Right? That's what the case is.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, Mayor Brand, I have a presentation. I don't know if we want to go through all the other presentations first and then come back to mine, or if I should start now. I'd like to know what your thoughts are on that.
Well, your presentation is primarily Edison, but if it involves the other utilities that are here, maybe you should wait.
Okay, it's primarily Edison, but it also involves the CPUC and the CPA. So I'll leave it up to them to present, and then I'll come back as well. So I do have one quick question, Mr. Thomas. Can you go back to the slide, or maybe Mr. Simon can share the slide that shows our load factors, the summer load factor and winter load factors versus our typical average load factor. So why don't we go to, I think it's slide 8 or 9 maybe. Okay. This is Redondo Beach is red, the others are blue. We have a very high load factor, but it's pretty flat for the most part. Why are we paying, why we don't need an overbuilt system or excessive generation? Why are our rates the same as other people's rates? When you say that our rates are highest in January, but you look, it's pretty flat. So look at the other cities. Why are we paying a much higher rate when we've done our part in terms of keeping our loads pretty much the same but high?
So the rates that you pay are the same that are paid across the system. Rates are designed on a system basis. What's different is the bills are different, because the bill is the function of the rate and usage. And so if we look at another slide, as we cycle down a couple more slides, let's go forward 2 slides. Okay, on the right, oh yeah, actually this one right here. On the right-hand side, you see a chart that shows average monthly bills. And so you see from an average monthly bill perspective, where now you've combined the rate and the usage, the city of Redondo Beach is comparable to the system.
Okay, so you don't differentiate by city, it's the same system-wide. Then that's okay. All right, that was my first question, but I'll come back when the other agencies present, after they present. Thank you.
Robert, when you say all cities, how many cities is that in the Edison area?
Oh, I don't have that off the top of my head.
Oh, like 200 or something, or 150?
Probably, yeah. Okay. I mean, it covers a pretty large area, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, no problem.
It's 50,000 square miles, over 200 jurisdictions.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, go ahead, Ted. Who is next?
Mayor, I just wanted to ask you, did you want to have the gas company go next?
Sure. Yeah, just have gas company and PUC, and then we'll let Todd give his presentation, and then we'll have more questions, let the public, if we do take public comment under presentations, let's go from there.
Yeah. Maybe we'll go gas company, then Power Alliance, and then any questions you may have at that point, because CPUC is really just answering questions for us. Start to share. Okay, Fabiola, this is yours.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Fabiola Cho. I'm the Public Affairs Manager for Socalgas. Just here presenting about winter bills and why they're a little high. So as with the weather, and we've heard this with Edison's presentation as well, as the weather has gotten colder, our customers might have seen or noticed that their natural gas bill has also gotten a little higher. So tonight I'll be going over some of the factors that may be contributing to the higher bills, also provide some tips and helpful hints to help reduce usage and lower some of the bills, as well as some resources and programs available to help customers with their bills. Next slide. So a little bit first about Socalgas, for those that may not be familiar. We're your local natural gas utility service provider for more than 150 years. We have operated and maintained the largest natural gas system in the country, which includes more than 100,000 miles of pipeline, spanning a territory of approximately 24,000 square miles and serving about 22 million customers. Next slide, please. Here's a list of some of the factors contributing to the higher bills in the winter. One is the increase in natural gas prices. This winter, natural gas market prices regionally and nationally have been higher than in recent years. Natural gas prices are determined by the broader regional and national markets and are passed on directly to customers without markup. So in other words, Socalgas does not make a profit from higher natural gas prices. We try to negotiate the best rate we can for our customers. Another factor is weather, specifically winter. During the winter, customers can use 3 to 7 times more natural gas, which can lead to higher monthly bills. Cold weather also makes water heaters work longer and harder than in the summer. This is because water coming into the water heater is colder during the winter. When it's cold, we see customers also increase their appliance usage. So like specifically space heating, for example, is often the number one component of energy expense for most residential customers during the winter and can account for more than half of the total natural gas bill. Another factor is the billing cycle, or days within the billing cycle. Sometimes customers' bills are higher or lower than they expect due to the number of billing days included in a bill. They are typically 29 to 32 days in a billing cycle, depending on the number of days in a month and holidays. Holidays can add up to 4 days to customers' billing cycles. Next slide, please. There are things that people can do to help lower their gas bill. For example, we recommend that they set the thermostat at 68 degrees during the day and 55 at night. I know it's a little chilly, but it can help. If their health permits, lowering the thermostat 3 to 5 degrees can help save up to 10% of heating costs. Clean or replace furnace filters. Have air ducts tested for leaks. Leaky ducts can cost also between 10 to 30% in heating and cooling costs. install proper caulking and weather stripping. This can save also up to 15%. Wash clothes in cold water, turn down the temperature on the water heater, take shorter hot warm showers to reduce natural gas usage, fix leaky faucets and pipes. Hot water leaks cause increased demand on the water heater, which increases natural gas use, and then limit use of non-essential natural gas appliances such as spas and fireplaces. Next slide. There are programs available very similar to some of the ones that Edison has available. If a customer needs financial assistance or help paying their natural gas bills, we offer a wide range of programs and services, some which include our CARE program, where eligible participants can save up to 20% on their natural gas bills. The Medical Baseline Allowance program provides additional natural gas at the baseline rate for Socalgas customers with certain medical conditions to help keep the house warm. And then other funds as well, very similar to the ones that Edison already went over, like the Gas Assistance Fund, where we partnered with the Greater LA, United Way of Greater LA, to provide customers who are having trouble paying their bills with a one-time grant. Next slide. We did do some customer outreach. We did our best to communicate with our customers about winter bills through various channels, including bill inserts, postcards, emails that were sent out to every resident and small business customers. They were actually sent out in early December. For us, the winter months are December through February, so that we know that that's usually high usage. We also added a web page to our website dedicated specifically to winter bill information, some of the information that I just shared with you tonight. So that is socalgas.com/winter bills. We also communicated via social media posts, a press release towards the end of the last year, as well as an advertising campaign that started in December and will continue to run through the end of this month. We're definitely open to any ideas or suggestions as to how we can improve communication. So we appreciate any feedback you might have on how to communicate with residents and businesses in the city. And I also personally try to send out email blasts and post information on my social media account that can easily be shared that way as well. Next slide. If the customer has any information specifically about their bill or usage, we can also offer the same services that Edison kind of went through as well, which is going over people's bill and their usage with them and kind of try to help them identify what could be potentially causing it. They can contact our call center. The phone number is on here, 1-800-427-2200, and one of the reps will go over the bill with them. Customers can also request that someone come out to check their appliances to make sure they don't have any other issues that might be contributing to their higher bills. I've also included my contact information as well in case anyone has any follow-up questions or additional questions or anything that I can help with. And that's it. Next slide. So thank you for having me tonight and allowing me to share this information with you and the residents of Redondo Beach.
Thanks for coming, Fabiola. Ted?
Keep the screen up, Mayor, or stop sharing?
Yeah, could you stop sharing, Fabiola? Sorry. Let's see if there's any questions. I don't see any questions right now for you, Fabiola, but maybe there'll be some later.
No problem. I'll hang on.
Okay. And then what I'll do now, I'll turn it over to the CPA, and I have their presentation, which I will share for you. And like I said before, it's Clean Power Alliance. It's going to be Gina Goodhill and Ted Bardicke. And part of the slides that they provided tonight, Mayor, include a public outreach component that they wanted to get some guidance from the mayor and council about how to reach out to our residents to talk about the new tiered 100% renewable tier that the council opted into a few weeks ago. So with that, I will share that screen and turn it over to Gina.
Great. Thanks so much, Ted. And thank you for having me today. As Ted mentioned, I'm the interim external affairs director for Clean Power Alliance. I apologize. I have a crying baby in the background, but hopefully that is not too loud on your end. And I'm going to talk a little bit about CPA in general, address some of the customer billing concerns that the council has raised, and then, as Ted mentioned, walk through sort of a larger communication strategy around a rate change that will go into effect in October to allow Redondo Beach customers to receive 100% renewable energy as the new standard. I think Ted also mentioned I'm joined by our executive director, Ted Bardicke, who is going to be here as well to answer any questions that might arise. So first slide, please, or next slide. Great. So a little bit about CPA. We are the electricity provider that provides energy for Redondo Beach. So historically, Redondo Beach had power purchased for them by Southern California Edison. That power was delivered through Edison's transmission and distribution lines, and then a bill came from Edison as well. And under the current model, CPA purchases the power under the direction of our board of directors. SCE then continues to deliver the power and to send a monthly bill. So I just want to reiterate that CPA is not an added fee. Customers have always received a charge for energy supply, and now that charge just comes from CPA instead of coming from Edison. Next slide, please. So a little bit more background about this model and about who we serve. In 2001, the California legislature passed a bill that would allow a city or a county or a group of cities or a group of counties to really join together in order to purchase power for their communities instead of having the default investor-owned utility do that. And so CPA was formed in 2017. We began delivering power to customers in 2019, and we now comprise of 32 communities across Los Angeles and Ventura counties. So it's about 3 million people, and we're really proud that we have over at this point 300,000 customers who are receiving 100% renewable energy, which makes CPA the largest provider of 100% clean energy in the country. Next slide. So we were asked to speak today as well because some customers noticed higher than anticipated bills on their December or January bills. My information is not going to be that different than what Edison provided, but electricity bills can vary from month to month due to changes in everyday household energy use, changes in the rate schedule, or changes in electricity rates themselves. So for Clean Power Alliance customers, the rates for the generation portion of the bill, which is what CPA controls, were last set in July 2021, and they haven't changed since this past summer when they were set. There is an exception for some special time of use rates that were discontinued in December. But for most customers, CPA rates would be unlikely to be the cause of the higher bills that were specifically seen in December or January, because again, the rate has not changed since July. A couple of reasons why some customers may have seen higher bills, and Edison mentioned some of this as well. So Edison rates, which apply to the delivery side of the bill, can be adjusted several times a year. And as Edison mentioned, have gone up over the past several months. So most recently that happened in October and December of 2021, and then in January 2022. Separately, CPA generation charges were mistakenly omitted from about 4% of bills in Redondo Beach in December. And that means that those customers' January bills would include both the missing generation charge from December as well as the generation charge from January.
Okay, we'll stop right there, Gina. How much was that?
How much was
the average? Because that could be the answer right there, in addition to the 20% rate increase.
Are you saying how much was the additional charge?
How much? Yeah, how much was the catch-up?
So it would vary by customer, because what it basically means is that the generation charge that should have been on your December bill was instead on your January bill. So it's whatever your generation charge from your usage based off of December was. It wasn't a mischarge or an additional charge. It was basically your charge from December wasn't on your December bill. So your January bill had both the December charge and your January charge. So it would depend on how much.
I get it. It's a catch-up. So yeah. Because it didn't show up in December, do you have an idea what the average was of that catch-up charge?
If you have any ideas on average.
Yeah, so the CPA bill, the CPA charges overall are about 30% of a customer's bill. So, and the Edison charges are 2/3 of a customer's bill. So if their bill was too low the previous month, it would have been too low by about 30%, and therefore it would have been a little bit higher. I do want to stress, though, that it was 4% of residents, of customers, that was about 1,100 of our customers in Redondo Beach. So it may have been some of it, but it wasn't all of it.
Okay, thank you for that
Yeah.
clarification. Appreciate it. Oh, go ahead, Gina. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no problem. One thing to note on the plus side is that beginning in March, certain fees that were charged to CPA customers are expected to decrease. So there's going to be an average bill reduction of about 6% for CPA customers through the spring. So that's sort of a positive rate change that's going to be coming up. Next slide. So when we talk about rates, we also wanted to highlight a rate change that is going to be occurring now, and that's the switch to time of use rates. Again, this was also mentioned by Edison, and this is going to be going into effect in February, so it hasn't hit customers' bills yet, but some customers are going to start seeing it probably on their March bills. This is a statewide initiative that really encourages people to use energy when it's sort of during the morning and the afternoon and the late evening when there's more renewable energy, and then to use less energy during the peak hours, which is 4 to 9 p.m. And so by doing this, many customers will actually save on the new time of use rates. One thing that I wanted to highlight is that customers who are transitioned to time of use rates will have a 12-month risk-free trial. So that means that CPA is offering bill protection during that time. A customer can try it for 1 year to see what the difference would be for them. And if they pay more after a year, CPA will give them a bill credit in that amount. Customers in Redondo Beach have already been notified about this by mail. And there's going to be a final sort of a third notice that's going to come to them after the customer account has transitioned. Next slide. So one exciting rate change that is coming up for Redondo Beach is this.
Sorry, Gina, to interrupt you again.
No problem.
But how much could that increase be in February? Do you have a rough idea? I mean, is it significant? Is it
For switching to time of use rates?
Yeah.
So again, I'm going to call on Ted for that.
Sorry, it's going to really vary by customer and by their usage pattern. The time of use rates have gotten quite peaky, which means that the rates during those hours of 4 to 9 or 5 to 9, depending on which rate you're on, are going to be quite expensive. However, the other rates were reduced generally reduced in to compensate. So it really depends a lot on whether, what somebody's existing load profile is and their ability to respond to those price signals. It's going to vary quite a bit across each customer.
Okay, it's going to vary. Thank you. We're going to find out by how much, I'm sure, when the bills hit. If they're large.
So as I was mentioning, this is a rate change that's going to be, another rate change that's going to be hitting in around October, and that's the switch to 100% clean energy as sort of the standard rate for all customers in Redondo Beach. As Ted had mentioned earlier, we really wanted to use this opportunity to preview different communication and outreach options that CPA will be undertaking in order to prepare for this switch. So the change is going to avoid over 92,000 additional metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions per year. So that's the equivalent of taking off about 20,000 cars off the road for a year. So it's really significant. It's really a great news in terms of clean air for Redondo Beach. And so we're really excited to be working with the city to roll this out. Next slide, please. So this communication strategy is going to be a collaboration between CPA and Redondo Beach. And with that said, CPA is going to be really doing everything we can to support Redondo Beach in communicating this rate change to all of your customers. We've worked with different communities in different ways to do different types of communication approaches. And we want to make sure that what we're doing is something that meets the needs of this particular community. So I've listed a couple of different types of communication that CPA has engaged in. The first piece of this required customer communication. This is what's required by CPA internal policy, and that's 2 postcards to customers. And I have some examples of those on the next slide. The next piece is this enhanced communication. This isn't something that's required by our internal policy, but it's something that we plan to provide to Redondo Beach. And this is digital fact sheets, FAQs, various social media posts that the city can use and that we can use, news release templates, and then just additional information that we post to our own social media platforms. Some cities have chosen to take additional actions besides these ones that I mentioned. And so these have been sort of city-led actions that CPA has participated in. So in some cities, for example, there have been utility bill inserts that really only works if the city has their own water municipal utility that they're able to put a bill insert into. In some instances, we've created special content for city websites or blogs that they've been able to post to their own channels. And then in other instances, we've also engaged with the city in hosting community meetings where the discussion about this rate change has been something that's been on the agenda. We're able to come in person and talk with community members. And so if these are options that Redondo Beach would be interested in pursuing, CPA is ready to assist in any of these efforts. And they're things that have worked well in the past.
What cities have websites that show this?
So it's content so if you have a city blog, for example.
No, I understand which cities have done this.
I think we had.
So we can go look at them.
Yeah, Manhattan Beach is your closest neighbor who did all of these additional city actions in their default change last year.
So we can view that on their website.
I don't know if it's still up, but yes.
Still up. Yeah, we can send you samples.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, next slide. And this slide's actually, so here's an example of a postcard. So this is what was sent to the city of Calabasas when they switched last year. You'll see there's 2 postcards. The first was sent in September before the rate change. And then the second one is going to be sent 30 days after the default rate change, 30 days after the default rate change. And so both of the postcards are going to include information about the change, rate options, and then the customer's ability to stay on their current rate product. It's also going to include environmental data, financial impact, and then both cards are also going to provide residents with clear and concise instructions for how to choose a different plan or to return to their previous rate. Next slide. So this is, and it should be automatically playing. Well, this is an example of social media that we've created. It's not playing right now, but on the right-hand side, that sort of overhead picture of a neighborhood, that's actually sort of an animated post that has movement in it that also allows people to sort of be more, it's more eye-catching and it allows people to engage with it more. So that's another thing that we created. Again, this is for Calabasas. And the next slide. And then here's some sample fact sheets. So again, the city can receive, the city will receive fact sheets, FAQs, and just documents to provide residents with more information about the rate options. These fact sheets are also going to be posted on CPA's website. And last slide. So CPA is going to begin working with staff on the rollout of the communication plan starting this spring. So again, there are several options for how Redondo Beach could move forward with the communication and the outreach. We're happy to assist in whatever way, whatever direction the city wants to go in. So that ends the presentation, and Ted and I are here to answer any additional questions.
Great, thank you, Gina. Appreciate it. And Ted, could you stop sharing your screen there? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Councilmember Obaji.
A quick question. Relative to the CPA rate hike increases, that's only regarding electricity usage, not gas, right? There's no peak and off peak for gas?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, cool. Thanks. That's it. Thanks.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
I have no specific questions at this point for CPA. So if there's no other council members, I'd like to start and share my screen for presentation.
Well, let me just make a comment real quick, Todd, to both Ted and Gina. This is all very confusing to the residents. No question about it. Meanwhile, their rates skyrocket, and they're going to skyrocket some more. And that's just the way they're seeing this. And so I think the more simplified explanation that we can give them, the better, with clear, and you said concise choices of how to either maintain their plan or look, they're going to be looking for the cheapest plan that's still green is probably what most people are going to be doing, and trying to figure out when their use is and whether they get a car. And, you know, some of them are on fixed income and they just, you know what I mean? So I just think what I saw from Calabasas, and we'll have to look at what Manhattan Beach did, that the city's got to take a role in working with you and Edison to make sure that people, I mean, I'm sitting here looking at, I've gotten like 4 2-page letters, 8.5 by 14 in the last month. I mean, I can read it, I can figure it out, but a lot of people can't, and they just throw up their arms. So I think it's really important for the city to take a role and work with you guys to make sure it's clear to the residents, especially those who aren't going to read those. Okay, there's people that aren't going to read them. Yes, you can send them, you can send emails, you can do this. They're just going to get the bills and not know what to do. So I see, Diane, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in. I thought the timing might be good to offer up a partnership with the Clean Power Alliance to do some type of virtual forum or webinar or a community meeting to, you know, talk about time of use and explain how different things work. Because, you know, we're both on the bill at the same time. So, you know, we can talk offline a little bit, but maybe some type of virtual community forum.
That would be great, Diane, if you were able to work with CPA and you guys create the most concise, short presentation you possibly can that's helpful to people so they can, you know, follow along. And look, they're not going to, attention span is going to be 10 minutes. Not,
yeah.
You know, and they're not going to hear everything under the sun. They're just going to want to know what their options are and how to think about this being green and saving money and you know what I mean? So, but that'd be great. Yeah, that's a good idea. And then get with the city, and then we'll have some kind of thing like this again, so that we keep everybody informed. And I'm sure the council members will be having you at their district meetings and things like that. Yeah. Okay, and there's a lot of confusion statewide where you show the Clean Power Alliance shows how Edison is still delivering the energy. Some of it's renewable, some of it's not. And Redondo Beach is selecting 100% renewable, but it looks like Edison is still going to be able to maintain their revenue, to maintain their distribution grid. That's what I think a lot of people want to make sure that, you know, Edison remains the great distribution company that it is and is able to maintain their infrastructure, and yet we're still able to go green when people elect to. I mean, is it because we see it, you know, CPU is making rulings, and it seems, as Councilmember Obaji said, that, you know, they're moving against solar, and so there's all these conflicting I mean, we see it a lot at the state. They have a lot of conflicting priorities at different agencies. So I don't know if any of you guys want to comment on that. Maybe not.
Probably not.
Go ahead, Todd.
Okay, well, thank you all for being here. I was the council member who made the motion to ask you to come, and I really appreciate you all being here. I spent the last 3 to 4 weeks fielding calls from angry residents, monitoring what's going on social media. It's a good way of finding out what's happening in our city. And so I wanted to take some time tonight to share with all 3 of the agencies related to electricity, not so much Socalgas, although I've noticed that people have said their bills are high for gas. I have not noticed it quite as much. But I wanted to share with you some of the things that I've found so that you have some good feedback here and go from there. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can everybody see my screen right now? Okay. Little play on words. A surge in electricity bills, basically. So the 3 people that are involved primarily with electricity are SoCal Edison, which is part of Edison International, the Public Utilities Commission, which regulates utilities, and then the Clean Power Alliance for Redondo Beach and other communities. Just to give you a little bit of recent history, in February of 2018, our city chose to go with the Clean Power Alliance for power generation. And so the default was 50% renewables, renewables mix, and 50% fossil fuel. Edison remained the distribution and transmission provider. Roughly 70 to 80% of the monthly bill goes to California, Southern California Edison. And in last month, we decided to increase our renewables default to 100% starting in October. And so this mostly was for residents who are following the council meeting tonight and have not been following what the council's been doing. Edison International is a $23 billion corporation. I decided to pull some things recently. It is a very healthy corporation. It is a for-profit corporation. Its net income in 2020 was $871 million. That is their profitability on $13.5 billion in revenue. Before that, the year before that, it was $1.4 billion in profit that is returned to shareholders in the form of dividends and other things, including increased stock prices. You can see over here that their stock is at nearly an all-time high. It's $60. This was from the other day, February 11th. And that you also see that that there's an article that said they're outperforming many other stocks right now. And this particular graph shows you how they perform in net income compared to other competitors in the field. Company we're familiar with, AES, PNM, First Energy, which I believe is out of Ohio, and CMS Energy. Those are comparable type companies. They're electricity holding companies. So the company is doing quite well. In August of 2021, the CPUC, the California Public Utilities Commission, approved a 7.63 increase to rates. And Southern California Edison wanted 19% increase. According to the CPUC's local representative, the average customer will see a bill increase of $3.99, or about 2.9% of their total bill. Of the increase, $6.9 billion of the revenue is going to go to company operations and capital investment, but excluding of that will be $131 million in executive compensation and employee bonuses. $3.3 billion would go to wildfire mitigation, and another $1 billion would be going to liability insurance. So we're basically paying for the Woolsey fire and the other fires that had happened over the last couple of years. Meanwhile, by default, SCE customers would be moved to time of use rates, and prime time for usage would be 4 to 9 p.m. Locally, what's happened is, and maybe in other places, usage has skyrocketed for people. And I think SCE brought that to our attention in their presentation. Now, when the CPUC said the average rate will go up about, average bill would go about 3%, I decided to pull my own bill. And I was on the time of use D plan or B plan up until December 9th of this past year. And you can see the rates for different things. For example, the off-peak rate, this is based on time of day. The off-peak rate was 12 cents. The super off-peak rate, which is an overnight rate, was 10 cents. And the on-peak rate was 20 cents. After that, the increase that just happened, the off-peak rate went up to 13 cents, or an 8% increase, not 3%. The super off-peak rate went from 10 cents to 13 cents, or a 30% increase. And the on-peak was renamed the mid-peak, and that went from 20 cents to 25 cents, a 25% increase. I also wanted to compare this recent bill to March of 2020. And you can see down here what the rates were that I was charged back in 2020, February to March of 2020. My rate went up 5.2 cents, or 67% over 2 years for off-peak. For super off-peak, it went up 100% from 6.5 cents to 13 cents. And my on-peak rate, which is the highest rate, went up 98%. Again, almost doubling over the last 2 years. This has not been limited only to Southern California Edison customers for transmission distribution. It's also hit CPA customers. The pre-increase rate until last month, until December, was 6 cents for off-peak, 1.9 cents for super off-peak, and on-peak went to 11.5%, was at 11.5%. In just a period of a month, my rates went up when it was switched from time of use B to time of use prime. Off-peak went down actually 40% to 3.6 cents. Super off-peak went up 94%, and mid-peak went up 96%. Why do I bring this up? Well, in December of 2021, as you recall, we went to 100% renewables, and Mr. Bardakey was here presenting to us. I rewatched the video from that meeting, and nowhere was it mentioned that rates would go up. So I'm very disappointed that this wasn't brought up, because I was one of the champions for bringing us to 100%. To quote Mr. Bardakey, the board decision decides to raise rates, and that there wouldn't be a rate increase until June. But you can see here that from December to June, rates went up 94% in 2 of the 3 tiers, and that was never mentioned. And he also mentioned that they had no control over the Edison rates, and that I understand. But they do have control, and it was never mentioned in the meeting, again, never mentioned that the rates would go up the next month. So I felt misled by that, and I still feel misled by that. Now, what I wanted to do is show you what my own house has dealt with over the last month. Our house is about 2,000 square feet. We use gas heat, not electric. Our bill in December was $181, and we used 649 kilowatts of power. The next month, our usage went up 50% over that month, and our bill went up 68% in 1 month. Again, 68% in 1 month. And so I know that some of the Edison people said, well, it's been cold weather and everything else. Well, I looked at previous months for the previous years, the last 3 years before that. And you can see here in 2019, my bill was $192. In 2020, it was $132. And in 2021, it was $177. So even from the highest month in 2019, it's gone up more than 50% from that month, January 2019 to January of 2022, more than 50%. You can see here what my bills look like. I want to give you a couple more examples, and they're pretty egregious examples. These are not just outliers because I'm seeing it across the board. Somebody down the street, 1,100 square foot apartment, 2 adults and a 4-year-old using electric heat. Their October bill was $81.05. Their January bill was $648, an increase of 700%. Somebody else sent me in North Redondo, 1,200 square foot apartment, 2 adults and 4 children with electric heat. Their January bill, $600.90. That's insane. I was told when I went through this and went through calling the Edison rep, they said your usage overnight was very high. Well, let me tell you, between 11 and 4 a.m., I'm probably asleep, and so is just about everybody in my house. You mean to tell me that my usage is highest when we're asleep? We're not watching TV. We have the heat turned down. You know, we actually charge the car earlier, and we have a very small charging capacity for the car. So it's not an electric vehicle thing. I haven't had any type of experience with my bill rising completely, like 68% because I plugged my car in. We're not using anything that would drive electricity, but you can see on December 9th, my usage in this time period, 11 to 4 p.m., was the highest of the day. I got this from a constituent. Thanks for looking into this. Attached are 2 bills. The screenshot, as you can see, they lately increased quite a bit. What's also interesting is the usage was highest on December 9th and 16th. On those 2 days, no one was at home in the afternoon and no extra appliances were running. In fact, the usage was higher then than on Thanksgiving, November 25th, when we had an oven and stove going for hours. For hours. Nobody was home. So this is phantom usage. And then, you know, a number of the utilities said, well, the weather was colder, and it seemed like it was colder. But if you actually look at the average temperature in December, this last December, it was about 6 degrees cooler. It wasn't exactly a deep freeze than an average December day. That's the high. The low was almost identical all 4 years that you're comparing. So yeah, it was a little bit colder, but it wasn't like a deep freeze that would cause huge electric spikes. And then customers started to take issue and vent on social media. And I wanted to show you this, not only because what they're saying, but to show that it's not just limited to Redondo Beach. Somebody here in the Alta Vista area said their bill went from $65 a month to $300 a month. This person said it's in Connecticut, they pay $80 a month. They're paying $400 a month here, and they keep their temperature at 50 degrees. Somebody's bill went from $40 to $130. In North Redondo, $50, $195. Somebody said their bill was $340 and they're shocked. Here's somebody in Manhattan Beach, normally $80 in September, $251 this last month. In Torrance, which is not part of the CPA, normally $80, their bill went up quite a bit. It went up to $220. There's somebody who said they live in a 1-bedroom apartment and their bill was $345. El Camino Village, their bill went up $113 to $363. And Lower Hollywood Riviera, $43 to $139 are beyond shocked. And then you look at what happened on social media in Facebook. This particular person lives in Hermosa Beach. I know her. She's a kindergarten teacher. Her bill went from $40 to $170. And another teacher said their bill almost doubled. You can see people are just in shock. Their increase in electricity went up 3% here, but 53% increase between December 2020 and 2021 in terms of their bills. It's all over the board. It's pretty crazy. It's not limited to a couple people. I want to play this for you because I think it's really illustrative. I actually got this voicemail in the past week, and I want to play this for you. It's from a senior citizen.
What I did. Hi, I'm a homeowner in North Redondo, and I read in the Easy Reader that Todd Lowenstein was looking into what was going on with the high electric bills we got last month. And I just wanted to say I'm really glad he's doing that. My bill last month was $132.44. The month before that, $81.14. And what I did this month and just got the bill today, I just cut way back down on my heat, which is not something that is really comfortable to do for a senior citizen. And the bill went down to 74 and change. So, and that's a big difference. That's almost $60. So I just thought I would put my 2 cents in and thank you for looking into why it increased so much and if they can refund us at all. All right. Thank you so much for your help. Bye-bye. Hi, I'm a homeowner in North Redondo.
I wanted to show you one other senior citizen. This person happened to live in our harbor, in the King Harbor Marina. His usage went from $60 to $150 in 1 month. He's a senior citizen. He's on Social Security. I talked to him today about this. He doesn't know where he's going to be able to pay for this. I heard this over and over again when I hosted a meeting for liveaboarders. They're shocked at their electricity bills. So I have a series of questions that I don't know who wants to answer these first or not. Maybe for the CPUC. You said that their average bill went up 3%, but we're looking at 2x, 4x, even 7x increase in bills. Why is the usage up 50 to 400% in a month when the average temperatures went up just a bit, maybe 6 degrees, went down 6 degrees, and that's the high and the lows are the same? How can apartments bill be $648? How can this be wrong? Aren't these usage patterns absolutely wrong? Why did the CPA rates double without telling the council before we decided to go to 100% renewables? Many people are on auto pay, so any payment programs won't help them because they've already paid for it. So I don't know how that's going to help them. What about the crazy usage patterns overnight and when no one's at home? Can you address that? And then finally, why is Edison raising rates on people like senior citizens and at the same time giving bonuses to people when people are struggling to pay their bills? I mean, I'd like some answers to this because these are really serious things. These aren't outliers. These aren't averages. These are people that are really, really hurting. And so I'm having to field questions about this. I know many people are concerned. I know the mayor's, he can tell you his rates went from $60 to $157. This is not some outlier. This is across the board. Why are rates going up 90% in some of these? Not 3%, but 90%. I think the citizens and residents of this community, and quite frankly, other communities in the South Bay deserve some answers. Because it seems like Edison's a very profitable company. And yet here we are paying for wildfires. We're paying for load factors that we don't cause because we have very fairly constant temperatures. And yet we seem to, honestly, I'll use the word getting soaked on these bills. I think there's some really serious questions that need to be answered here. And I'm hoping that representatives from Edison, CPA, and the CPUC can answer these questions because I think I've laid it out it's pretty obvious what I've laid out. The rates and especially the usage has gone up tremendously. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks, Todd. That was a pretty comprehensive presentation. I see Councilmember Baji has hand up, but also Daniel Miller of Southern California Edison. I don't know, Daniel, did you want to address some of these or? Because hand's not up. I don't see him. I apologize. I don't know what's going on. Okay, Councilmember Abaji.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein, for that presentation. That was awesome. That was beautiful, and also very sad and ugly. Now, there really is nobody from all the guests we have from Socal Edison, Socalgas Company, the Clean Power Alliance, or the CPUC, who wants to respond to what Councilmember Lowenstein just put up on the screen and explained to you?
I will. There was one question that was addressed to Clean Power Alliance. Councilmember Lowenstein, I'd like to respond to that. I think the rest of the questions were for others, but I did want to address that one in particular. So the rate that you showed, the TOUD prime, that did not change from December to January. If we could go back, that TOUD prime rate, the rates in October and back in July when our last rate change, they were the same. What happened is that previous rate that you showed was discontinued, and the migration was to that TOUD prime. So if you had been on the TOUD prime rate before, those numbers would have been the same. So again, our rates did not change, but there was that rate that the TOUDB that was discontinued for all Edison customers and all CPA customers. And the reason for that is that it was not essentially covering its costs. And we had to move to a peakier rate and discontinued that. But our rates did not change from December to January. That was on our rate schedule since July.
I think you're drawing straws. I think you're splitting hairs here, because whether it was the same plan or not, it had the effect of going up. So I think you should have said that when you were presenting to the council in December. It's possible that some people that are on time of use, their rates could go up almost 100%, Mr. Bardicke.
Yeah,
I watched it today, and technically you're saying you didn't raise rates, but it had the exact same impact. I was deprecated, that time of use plan was deprecated, was dropped. I got put in something else, and so my rates went up. And I'm sure there's other people that had the same experience. So you should have been honest with us. And I asked you 3 times between then and now, you and I had a separate conversation. I asked you, what's up with the rates? You never answered me in an email. So that's not exactly true. You need to be upfront and honest. Well, you need to be upfront and honest when we're making a decision like this. And I'm now having second thoughts about going to 100% because I'm seeing this and going, how can I insist on raising people's rates when their rates are already going up, and it's going to go up again, and it's going to go up again in March and in October? So I don't think that's right. You're saying that it's not the same rate. It is effective. Off-peak to off-peak. On-peak to mid-peak. I mean, whatever it is, it went from 11 cents to 22 cents. It went from 6 cents to, 1.8 cents to 3.6 cents. That's almost 100% increase. So whether it's true or not, you owed it to the council and the public to explain what was happening to those rates, and you never did. So I'd love to hear your...
I apologize for not raising that issue that happened to a few customers on that rate, and I'm sorry that it happened to you. I was, talking about the rates not changing, but I don't want to deny that, that happened to some people, and I apologize to you, Mr.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you owning that because it doubled. It doubled. And I don't know, I'd have to look at other people's, but it doubled for me. Now I'm having second thoughts and I'm thinking, maybe we revisit this and go back when I'm seeing these rates because this is excessive. So sorry to not raise my hand, Bill. I wanted to respond to Mr. Bardicke.
Thank you, but I believe that the other questions are more for, thank you.
I have a follow-up. I was going to ask you this also, Mr. Bardicke, there was one council member who did not vote to go. He abstained from the vote, Councilmember Narenheim, for the joining the CPA at 100%. And he hit us over the head with it afterwards. Like, told you your rates were going to go up. So you just said a few residents, including yourself, got the increase from, you just pulled it down, but basically from the old rates to the new peak and off-peak rates plus the joining the CPA. What's the real number? How many people experience the same jump that Mr. Lowenstein experienced by joining the CPA?
So that rate was the rate changes were the same for Edison and Clean Power Alliance. A customer who's on getting their rates or their.
I mean, but sure, you know how many people were on the the old rates where they're on the flex time.
Yeah.
Versus how many were just on a single rate for the whole day and then likely experience a much greater jump.
Yeah, I would have to get back to you on the number of customers who had that rate. I'd have to get back. It's a small number, but I would have to get back to you on the number of customers who were on that.
Like less than
discontinued rate.
Less than 10% of the residents.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Then why? I'm sorry to interrupt, but why is it that you chose to go from 11 cents to 22 cents by dropping that rate?
Yeah, the reason, and I'll say that this is across the board, is that power prices during those times are quite expensive. So I'll give you an example. Just last week, power prices in the market at 2:00 in the afternoon were $2 a megawatt hour, and at 7:00 in the evening. They were $58 a megawatt hour. So that's a 25% change in the period of several hours.
25 times.
25 times in the period. And so we and Edison have to recover our costs to acquire power on an hourly basis. And that's why they got so peaky.
Here's where my critique is then. Because that was not the picture that somebody could have such a huge jump in their bill is not the picture painted to us. Instead, I actually held up here the postcard that the CPA had sent out showing that you're explaining how it is a person can opt out. But what's totally lacking from either SCE, CPA, or anybody else, the PUC, is education to the residents about off-peak and non-off-peak use before everybody got switched over to that system so that they wouldn't experience this big jump. Now, when I heard about the Councilmember Lowenstein's increase in all these things on Facebook, LinkedIn, or wherever it is next door, then I looked at my own bill and eventually I got it and there was no big increase. But that's because I was already on the off-peak, on-peak system. But if somebody's not on that and they don't have their habits essentially scheduled to that, then they got hit big time. And the failure is entirely on y'all's part for failing to educate the public, the using public, the paying public, as to the need to change their habits concerning this. Not like a, hey, reduce your load usage, like, hey, you're going to pay more if you use the load during the peak times. And that's where we as a city and city council members could really benefit from you developing a social media campaign on educating people, because our city staff don't have the time. Our community services department is understaffed, doesn't have the time to put together a bunch of pictures. I was literally about to do it here and start to put together a picture about off-peak and on-peak usage. But frankly, that's not my job. That's your job. And you guys should be working in partner with our cities to essentially educate the public on their usage so that their bills can drop. And I'll make a motion to that effect eventually after this. Thank you.
Okay, Robert Thomas, you wanted to comment?
Yes. Can you see me?
Yeah, see you fine, Robert.
I seem to have lost the screen. Okay.
We see you fine.
So, okay, thank you. Yeah, so I think this whole discussion here really points out the need for the education and outreach that we had discussed earlier, where we can partner with CPA to get these things kind of clarified. Mm-hmm. My first reaction, Councilman, regarding the bill comparison is that that was a comparison of two very different rate plans. The Plan B was Edison's first iteration of an EV rate, and it reflected costs when there wasn't as much renewable energy on the system. You may have heard of the term the duck curve, where as more and more renewable energy came on the system, it created this dip in energy prices in the middle of the day, right? And so that belly or that dip got deeper and deeper as time went on, and that's why we introduced Prime, right? So the super off-peak period on B is at night. The super off-peak period on Prime is in the middle of the day, right? So that shows you how much excess energy there is at this point. As we look at just those difference in rates, a customer who may have benefited on B by managing their load on B could now be in a situation where they're charging their EVs or they're cooking during the high cost Prime period, if they're not aware that there actually is a difference in those TOU periods. And you will see differences in pricing too, because Prime has a shorter TOU period, and that helps exaggerate some of the prices you see. Some of the other comments that you made regarding the usage patterns. So we did go into some of the usage patterns, and one of the bills that was very high, I'll try not to discuss too much confidential information of the customer, but one of the bills that was high, we did see that customer was using radiant heat for heating purposes. And maybe that customer was not familiar with that technology as they were new to the residents. And the usage was extremely high. We have contacted the customer and spoken with them. But once again, this points out the need for, I think, this education.
Could you explain what radiant technology is, Robert?
Radiant heat? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm an engineer at times, so. But a radiant heating or baseboard heating, those are generally those electric heaters that you see along the baseboard of a room. And it's basically just a heating element. And so you run electricity through it and it heats up a piece of metal. I mean, that's the basic technology. Nowadays,
portable ones you buy and you plug in and you move around.
Yeah, those are similar. Nowadays, there are heat pumps available, and a heat pump is essentially an air conditioner that runs backwards. And so when you install a heat pump, you can use it in the summer for air conditioning, or use it in the winter. Runs backwards, and it blows that hot air inside the house rather than outside. There's systems that you can put in your ceilings, so you have a unit per room, and therefore you can manage, heating and cooling a little bit better. So you do have those technologies available today. But we also saw in one of the accounts that there was usage. We didn't know if it was heating, cooking, or EV charging, but it was occurring in the period of 4 to 9, and that's where the highest usage was, the highest peak occurrences were. And so we do see that there are these changes. But with respect to, I'm trying to go down through my notes. I tried to write them real quickly. But with respect to renewable energy, Edison is on a path to 100% green. We're now at about 31%. And then Edison also offers 100% green and 50% green offerings through the GTSR rate. So there are rates available for customers if they want to do that. Let's see if I captured all my notes. Sorry, Councilman Lowenstein, did I cover all your questions?
Hey, Rob, I had one that I was going to answer as well. This is Lorraine, about the direct customers that are on auto pay. When customers receive their bill and they're on auto pay, that debit occurs 10 days after the bill is issued. So if in that period, they see that it's a large amount, we can do an installment plan, or we can set up an extension for those customers. And that installment plan is the amount that would be deducted after, in however many installments we establish. So recognize those already paid have already incurred that impact, but I just wanted to make people aware of how that auto pay program works.
Yeah, thanks, Robert, for answering that question. And I don't mean to step out of line, Councilman Nierenheim, but a couple of things. One is, I find it hard to believe that somebody's using 7 times the amount of energy, 400 times the amount of energy, 400% more energy by using radiant heat. It's just, I would have a hard time being able to pull 1,800 kilowatts in my house that's twice as big as this person, with almost twice as many adults as this person. And then there's another apartment like that. They don't have an EV. All these customers, Edison customers, they're in shock. This is not isolated. This isn't like 1 or 2 things. These are people that are venting. There's an old saying, for every one person that complains, there's 10 that are mad. So multiply 148 comments on Nextdoor, and you'll start to see how many people are upset about this, and their bills doubling and tripling. They're in shock. People are telling me they're not doing anything differently. They're not turning up the heat. Some people said, my bill went up and I was gone for 2 of the 4 weeks. So, the usage is really what concerns me as well. The rates, I understand that ship has kind of sailed, quite honestly, but the usage patterns of people not doing anything differently, and yet their bill doubling and tripling. I mean, you're going to say, well, send me their bill. And then you're going to tell me, well, we looked at the meter and that's fine. There's something wrong here, guys. There's something really wrong. I didn't use 50% more energy this last month. I have gas heat and a gas water heater. I didn't use it. I can tell you my usage went up 50%, same number of people in the household. So I'm saying this. I'm showing you senior citizens turning down their heat to pay for wildfires. turning down their heat. Do we really want to get to the point where we're freezing people because we have to pay for wildfire mitigation and you guys not investing in deferred maintenance to keep your stock price up? Because that's what's happening. I looked at your profitability. Your profitability will come out next month, at the end of this month, sorry, the 24th. The city has an extra $185,000 that we have to account for more electricity bill. $185,000 is what we're estimating. We're going to probably pass it tonight. The city's not using any more electricity than before. So I don't know where this is coming from. I know you look at averages. I'm telling you more than one anecdote that this is a major problem. And there's a lot of people. Start looking at the comments. We're going to hear from the comments from people. They're going to tell you what's going on. So anyway.
All right, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Well, could you imagine if you were 100% electric at this point in time? When I was on the campaign trail multiple times, District 1 and District 3, I'd come across the little all electric ensemble that SCE had on homes that were all 100% electric. And whenever I brought it up to residents who lived there, they had either one of two reactions. It was, 100% electric. I am so happy the day I got off of electric and on to gas because my rates went down. That was the first thing they said. The second thing they said was, thank God for Socalgas because I'm no longer on 100% electric. And the one or two people that were left on electric, they said it was the worst thing in the world. So I can only imagine what those residents are going through right now. When I brought this up back last November, I specifically asked Mr. Bardacki from CPA about the rates going up. And I specifically pointed out, are you sure it's only a few dollars, a few percentage points? Because I saw something different. And I could say that because I did see something different and I wasn't told the whole story. So, right here, rates went up in July of 21. And, oopsie there. And it says right here in August, or it should be spring here, it's going to be, rates are going to be going down by 80%. Just so everyone knows how all this works, the PCIA fee that they're pointing out right here, this is something that's planned ahead years ahead of time. So they know exactly when certain fees are going in and out. So they're pulling the wool over people's eyes. There's no doubt about that, the CPA. When it comes to the Southern California Edison, I can just tell you that the last 3 years, I used the least amount of electricity in the month of December I ever have in the last 3 years. The least amount. But my bill was the highest it has ever been in the last 4 or 5 years. In fact, it's been a 37% increase in the last 3 years, and yet I've used 20% less electricity. So do the math on that one. And it's very consistent. In fact, I wasn't even home for most of December, half of December. It's the CPUC. I got a quick question to the CPUC. Have you guys ever denied any rate changes from Southern California Edison or cut them in half their requests? How does that work when they come to you as a request to increase rate charges?
Well, this is Asia Powell. Thanks for having me. The electric utilities go through a general rate case every 3 years where they present their proposals for rate increases. It's a very lengthy process that is public. The parties to the case, including the utility, present witnesses. They present information about why they want to justify their rate increases. The commission has a separate body called the Public Advocates, who is the public's advocate. So they also are a party to the case. They do their own analysis of the application from the utilities. And then the judge and the commissioners that are assigned to the case make decisions on the viability of the proposal. They also review comments from the public, from anyone who has made, has interest in the case, and then they make a decision. I can't say, I can't give you information about, has something been denied, but certainly the information is reviewed and scrutinized by both the commissioner, judge, and the parties, and the judge makes the best decision for the benefit of the customers. And anybody is welcome to participate in those cases. You can make comments on our docket, and they also have public hearings. If there's a rate increase, we do go to the public with a public participation hearing. So the judge hears from the public about the proposal that's on the table.
Right. I mean, I've never seen.
Let me interrupt just for a second. Asia, thank you for coming. Could you please introduce yourself? I don't think you were properly introduced.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Asia Powell. I'm the local government and community liaison for the Public Utilities Commission. My territory includes the former District 4, I know now District 2. So my role is to be a liaison to the public and to local governments, community groups. You can come to me and I can take your concerns back to the commission. I'm not always an expert on every topic, but certainly I can find experts in the commission to assist you.
You want to give us a phone number or email where people could contact you?
Yes. My email is asia.powell, and my first name, ASIA.POWELL, and it's at cpuc.ca.gov. I can give you my phone number. It's 213-266-4732. And I did just want to say one thing, addressing some of the questions that the council member had up there. The commission is very concerned about this issue of affordability. It does have an open proceeding called affordability. We have an en banc, which is basically a hearing coming up at the end of the month. It's a 2-day session where the commissioners are going to hear from academia, legislature, community groups, advocates on different strategies of how to address some of these issues with rising rates. So we invite the public, we invite the council to come listen to this hearing and give your input. This is one of those cases where you can participate as a public member. You can send your comments so that the commission can make decisions on, how to mitigate these rate increases, because we realize that it's difficult and there's a ways to maybe do things differently that can help us to do better as far as helping customers afford bills.
Okay, thank you very much, Asia. I'm sorry, Nils, to interrupt, but go ahead.
No worries. Thank you for that. I forgot that she hadn't been properly introduced either. Ms. Howell, thank you. Following up to that question and answer there, thank you for that answer. It really shows that SCE goes through a laborious process of increasing rates. But to that point, do you know of any rates? Do you recall any rates ever being denied on increases?
Again, I can't speak to a specific case, but I know that the Public Advocate's Office usually does a pretty thorough job of scrutinizing the rates and makes their own recommendation. Right. So usually if you wanted to go through, I can show you some information. I can go back and show that to you, but off the top of my head, I can't tell you that yes, they've been denied or no, they've not been denied. But again, it's very well scrutinized by all the parties that participate. And in addition to public advocates, there are community advocates, different interveners are they're called, people who are in the community looking out for public, who also participate in the case and present their findings on the application as well.
Thank you. So, my point is this: when it comes to CPA, that they misrepresented what was going on in December They had multiple questions on them, what was going on. I was the sole dissenter on raising rates on all residents of Redondo Beach, electric rates for the power generation portion of CPA. I flat out said that we shouldn't be making these blanket decisions for all residents of Redondo Beach. We knew back then inflation was increasing. We knew back then that prices were exploding, but we didn't know how badly they were exploding. I didn't realize that CPA was already went up by 94% on some of their rate increases. And I knew they were taking advantage of the PCIA decrease in March because they weren't solvent. The CPA has been a giant thorn in the side of all residents, and we should have never got involved in it. Anyone that knows me talking about it, it's been years that we talked about it. We've been a part of it, and it's something we shouldn't be a part of here in Redondo Beach. We have that choice, and I'll be making a motion at the end of the night to relook at that decision to go back to 100% electric energy. Because while I myself am on 100% green electric energy, and I've been on it for longer than any council member, any mayor or council member here on the council, and I don't use SCE and I don't use CPA, I use a third party. And it's the individual's right to choose what they want to choose. And right now, tonight's a perfect example of what's wrong with the CPA, what's wrong with the SCE going through. I did learn that the Socalgas, that they're not allowed to make money on the actual gas themselves. They only, I guess, they make money on the infrastructure. So that's good to know. But it's disheartening to hear that the rates for dealing with Socalgas have gone up as well, but it is what it is. We can't really do much on that, and I'm sure they go through the same CPUC process as SCE. So, I'll just say that anyone that believes that we should go 100% electric for all of our house uses, home usage, I think is absurd and ridiculous. To put everything into one provider, one power provider is absolutely absurd. Look what the Europeans have been doing. This is the whole Russia thing right now. It's just, we need to have multiple selections of power providers. We need to have individual choices for individual homes. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. And I'm glad Councilmember Lowenstein, you brought this up, but it doesn't sound like we can do much other than change the electric rates for our residents in terms of 100% usage or 50% green usage, and go from there. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein. I will say that there's people that are almost completely off the grid through their own individual solar systems and battery storage. So they're getting electric bills of like $20 or none whatsoever. So there are people who can afford the upfront costs to generate their own distributed energy, store it, use it when it's not being generated, and they're able to go along just fine. So to me, that's the future, not going back and forth between CPA or Edison or any other provider. Provide it yourself. Councilmember Horvath. You're on mute, Christian.
I just wanted to remind, just based on something that Councilmember Narenheim said that we are all aware of, but I'll just throw it out there. Clean Power Alliance is community choice aggregation. He said that residents don't have a choice, but they do. They have a choice to participate or not to participate. They have a choice to go to 100% green or to stay at 50% where they're at now, or to go down to 35%. So choice is a whole part of that process. And the electricity generation coming from CPA, it's a nonprofit. Todd made, some very valid points about Edison, right? They're $1 billion, multi-billion dollar, revenue company. Their profits go to their shareholders. Any profits that CPA sees, especially as, they gain better footing, will come back to either ratepayers and residents in lower fees at some point in time. Right now, CPA's model has been to be in parity with Edison, but that's not the goal of the board. so eventually those savings will come back to people, or, something that we've talked about here, they'll come back in incentive forms, for electrification or solar or whatever. So I just want to, remind you, we're having this conversation, rates are going up. The CPUC, sorry, Asia, has continued to allow PG&E and Southern California Edison, they just allow them to keep coming back to the table and raising rates. And you heard our Edison people that spoke here, they raised rates in October. They raised rates again in January. In the years that I've been serving on the board for CPA, I've seen so many Edison rates. My bill from Edison, / CPA used to be in the $30 to $40 range consistently. Now it's in like the $90 to $110 range. But as Todd made the point, the vast majority of that is the distribution and transmission charges. So, I just want to make sure that, that's really where our cost differential and the heartache is. And I will just point out something for what it's worth, because, these spikes that, we're seeing, I remember when my kids were, they were just babies. And our house doesn't have insulation. Our house was built in the 60s. So, Todd, you were mentioning that, the overall temperature outdoors, wasn't too bad. It was mild, right? My house is colder in the winter than it is outside. And in the summer, it's hotter than it is outside, right? It's just this bizarre thing, especially not having insulation. And when my kids were little, we got like a few of those space heaters, to like try to keep them warm. They were twins. We were all nervous. We had a $600 bill that month, that year. First time ever. Like, it was crazy. I returned all the space heaters, but it was a complete learning lesson, right? So there are definitely disadvantages to using electric heat, and I think in some of those examples that Todd showed from social media, the people were using electric heat. I'm like Todd, I have gas heat. So it's not that bad. But I am curious, just from Todd's perspective, it would seem that, I'm sure some of the cases could be just excessive use of electric heat or something, but some of those seem really weird, where people aren't home or in the overnight hours when people typically are not using electricity. And those are the ones that, from an Edison perspective, I think a deeper dive should be done on, especially now. We all have these smart meters, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist by any stretch, but somebody could, the smart meter could be misread, or something can go off with technology at some point in time. And so some of those stories that were presented seem a little bit weird, but I wish the CPUC would, the advocacy aspect of the CPUC, that commission that Asia was doing a better job advocating for people throughout California, because I don't feel like they've been on our side. And we've actually had this discussion as it relates to far more at home things, especially with the power plant. And Asia, you can take this back to your higher ups, but we don't share a lot of love for the PUC right now, because we don't feel that they are advocating for the common person. They seem to be advocating for the utilities. So this is food for thought. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Horvath. Yeah, those rates that go up 25 times, as illustrated earlier, operating a 70-year-old power plant that goes to California, Redondo Beach, is not exactly an efficient way to generate electricity, and that's why you see the rates going up, 25 times during peak times. This is of really poor integration of much more efficient energy uses. Okay, we got to wrap this up. You guys, it's a 2-hour announcement. Councilmember Todd Lowenstein.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say that we've got a lot of other things to attend to tonight, but I want to also, I would agree with Christian and Ms. Powell. Thank you for being here. You were very courteous when you responded to me. I'd like you to take back to the folks who you work with this thought, that nomenclature they're using nomenclature to game the system. They're saying the rates don't go up. They only go up 3%, but what they do is they drop one rate and add another different name rate. So it looks like the rates aren't going up. It's just a different name, but in essence it is. I gave you an example of time of use D or B got deprecated, got dropped, and I'm now on time of use prime. I didn't have a choice. I could have gone to domestic rate. I did the calculations, it was almost exactly the same. So what they're saying is, oh, the rate's not going up, it's only going up 3%. Well, really, it went up double. And I think you saw that in my bill that I presented. I don't fall for that. And I just hope that, I would agree with Christian, it really does not seem that the CPUC is on our side at all. In fact, we're battling with them on a number of fronts. But now I'm battling with them in behalf of customers and my constituents. When you see senior citizens turning down their heat to pay for shareholder dividends and you pay for employee bonuses, you have a real problem in the state. And I really hope that you guys take this to heart, that people are suffering because of these rates. And I don't take any of this lightly. I hope you really go to bat for us because it's not happening right now. It's the opposite. It's going the opposite direction. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
Okay, one more comment. We'll see if anybody from the public wants to comment, and then we gotta move on. Diane Forte.
I think I'm not going to convince Councilmember Lowenstein, no matter how many times I go over this, but I personally looked at the bills presented. I've checked meters. We've checked it remotely. The way to check usage, don't confuse usage with bill amounts, is to look at January of 2021 versus January 2022. And for most people, on average, it's the same. Even the ones that claimed, I wasn't home or I wasn't at night, you look at the kilowatt hours, on average, it's the same. So the usage, it was not the driver, it's the rates. As you want to complain, you're on that track, I see that, but don't conflate the two issues, please, because the usage is accurate. And people use EVs that drove some of the kilowatt hours on some of the folks. Council member has a cold house, doesn't have insulation. And system-wide, it's been this way as well. So I'm just going to end with that. I'm never going to convince you, but we've looked at the bills, we sent people to read the meters, we checked them electronically. Is accurate.
We'll take one public comment. Looks like one person from the public wants to comment, Eleanor.
Okay, yeah, and we have like 10 e-comments. So if there's anyone on the phone, they can do *9 to raise your hand. The first person is Eugene Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, staff, and the presenters. Thank you for coming tonight. 2 comments, please. One, for Ms. Powell, appreciate that there are open hearings, public hearings, where we're available for input. In 2021, Southern California Edison spent almost $2 million, $1.9 million, lobbying the CPUC. The public has no chance when lobbyists are spending $2 million and taking people out to the Hollywood Bowl when you look at their disclosures. And for some reason, Panera Bread's really popular because there was a bunch of Panera Breads. So what chance does the public have in a hearing where the lobbyist is in your ear to the tune of $2 million a year? And my comment for Councilmember Horvath in response to Councilmember Narenheim's statement on choice, we were automatically opted in to the CPA. So we were given a choice to opt out of it, but it should be noted that opt-ins where that box is automatically checked for you are typically prohibited. So how we got around that, I'm not sure, but a lot of companies have gotten in a lot of trouble over automatically opting people into programs. So yes, is that a choice? Yeah, but if you make somebody see a guy who gives you a map to a telephone where you make a call to get coordinates to the bottom of the ocean and you pick a lock and then you get to opt out of it, that's not a choice. So I respectfully disagree that it was an easy choice to opt in and opt out. I, for one, ended up opting out, but a lot of people just couldn't be bothered with their busy lives to go through all of the procedures that were being requested of them. And thank you for your time, and wish you all have a good night.
Yeah, I would argue 90% of the people didn't have time to figure out what was going on.
Okay, so we now have e-comments. So Vicki, if you can read those.
Certainly, Eleanor, thank you. Okay, first comment submitted is by Donna Patillo or Patillo. My electric and gas bills have tripled recently, even though I have been using less than in recent months. To a person on a fixed income, this is absolutely devastating. It feels like this is simply greed, just trying to keep profits high. SCE and Socalgas should answer honestly as to why we have had these increases. Susan Layton submits, my SCE bill has always been approximately $95 a month and nothing has changed at home, but now my bills are close to $300 a month. An SCE employee came to change my meter because he said it wasn't working and told me that my bill would probably be high and that SCE would credit my bill. I lodged a complaint and received a letter that the bill is correct and I need to pay it. If everyone is having the same issues, there is a problem with their billing. It's a license to steal and we need to put a stop to it. Submitted by Muna Shikaki. When I saw my $648 electricity bill from last month, I thought it was a mistake. Nope, that's what it costs to heat your house up from an ambient temp of 60 to 68 in Redondo Beach. It's outrageous. Our apartment is all on one level and smaller than 1,200 square feet. We moved here from Washington, D.C. last summer, where it cost a max of $180 a month to run the AC or heat, which we did year round. Kind of crazy, this is what it would cost in a temperate climate. Something is wrong. Sandy Monda submits, last Tuesday, we experienced a power outage in Torrance, south of Little Company of Mary, north of Carson at 5 a.m. At 5:10 a.m., SCE was contacted about the outage. The person on the phone did not know there was an outage, took the information and said she would update me. At approximately 7 a.m., the electricity came back on for approximately 1.5 hours, off again for another hour. It was later stated that this was a planned outage, but I received no alert either by text or email. We have several elderly in our neighborhood, and they rarely, if ever, use a computer and have no idea how to sign up for alerts. They received no notification of an outage and were very upset and stressed by this outage. Upon contacting SCE, my neighbor was told that if there is going to be an outage in our neighborhood, there will be door hangers placed on our doors. My neighbors and I have never received a door hanger. And checking SCE's website, it states there are 2 outages planned for next week. Are we going to be receiving door hangers? I believe SCE is doing a very poor job of notifying its customers of any outages. And I wonder why these outages can't be done when we are at least when we are least likely to be using the power, like 2 or 3 in the morning. I haven't even commented on the outrageous gas and electric bills, unacceptable and greedy. Amy Santa Cruz writes, Townhouse, SCE bill January 2020, $72.78. Same household, number of people, usage, January 2022 equals $133.46. Gas bill, February 2020, $57.68. February 2022, $110.43. Had extra family members living here during COVID, so didn't use the 2021 info. How are fixed income folks supposed to deal with this increase? What about those who do not quite make the assistance requirements? Are families going to have to choose less comfort in their homes in order to be able to afford utility bills? Barb Clark writes, the recent rate increases are about triple what our rates used to be, and now there might be more. We should not be paying for the electric utilities' negligence in creating the devastating fires. The state should have stepped in and taken all the bonuses, raises, and dividend payouts to cover the costs, not us. Now the gas company is punishing us for using natural gas. My bill used to be about $10 per month, and now it's $80 to $100 per month. The boards, CEOs, and shareholders are getting rich off of our struggles and suffering. These bills are outrageous. How can they justify these insane increases, and why is the state letting them? Joseph Schwar writes, we are residents at the apartment building at 512 Avenue G. We are concerned with anomalous spikes in electricity usage shown on our SCE electricity bills. Our bills report usage well above our historical usage at times when we have been using little electricity, including when we were not at home. In short, it appears we are being billed for electricity we are not actually using. This is a separate issue from rate. It may be another way that excess payments are being made to SCE. Mark Nelson writes, some specific questions that I would hope are answered are, Number one, TOU rates for Redondo Beach residents. How many households face higher bills simply because of the change in rate structure to TOU that financially penalizes evening activities such as A, family preparation, B, use of electronics for recreation and schoolwork, C, required lighting for activities and schoolwork, D, timely washing/drying of athletic wear for the next day's school, etc. These key family hours should not face financial penalties. 2, proposed utility solar surcharge. Homes with solar PV were asked by the state and the Million Solar Roofs Initiative to spend their own money to decarbonize the grid. In return, they were provided net energy metering. The utilities are now proposing a roughly $100 per month surcharge on solar PV users, a fee that will negate the investment that was made. 3, negative impacts of TOU to solar PV households. TOU rates are lowest in the daytime when solar is active and net energy metering has largely been abandoned. From a financial perspective, solar is no longer effective for homeowners absent an additional $10,000 in storage that may or may not survive the next set of rate changes. 4, rate increases. We should be provided the marginal cost to customers from 2000 to current year, adjusted for inflation, in order to understand the large rate increases that have taken place. 5, cost of capital. We have just come through a decade of very low interest rates. How has the utility cost of capital been reduced to benefit ratepayers during that time? And 6, debt to equity ratio. How has the utility reduced its use of equity financing in the past decade to benefit taxpayers with a lower cost of debt? If these questions are not answered, the representatives need to come back and try again. Submitted by Candace Nafisi. I am a resident of District 3. I have reviewed the last 3 months of my SCE bill, and all 3 have been up at least 50%. We are a family of 4 living in a 2,500 square foot home. We are on a TOU rate currently and are extremely mindful of not running anything between the hours of 4 to 9 p.m. when rates are higher. In addition, we have programmed our cars to only charge between the hours of 9:05 p.m. to midnight. With all of the above mentioned considerations, our usage has soared the most between midnight and 8 a.m. when we are sleeping. There is no logical explanation for this increase, so we contacted SCE, who provided no explanation for the increase. To be perfectly clear, our family has done nothing different in the last 90 days. SCE is clearly milking the residents of Redondo Beach and hoping that no one notices. Well, we did notice the incessant price increase, and so did the LA Times, who wrote a story back in the fall about this. On that same note, we received a bill yesterday and our monthly bill dropped to $250. Again, we have not changed our lifestyle in any way. Could this be because the press has began to pick up on the fact that SCE is price gouging residents? Well, my husband and I are dual income. We will figure out how to pay for your increased bills. However, it is inexcusable what you are doing to seniors with a fixed income. I urge the council to demand from SCE a reason of why this occurred. In addition, I urge the council to ask SCE to educate our community on any income-based programs residents can take part in so we can help our most vulnerable seniors and neighbors get some relief. And lastly, Leslie Campeggi, there is something extremely wrong with ratepayer invoices from SCE that needs fixing, not finger pointing. Let me preface this by stating I opted out of the CPA every year since it was enacted. SCE has always been and is now my only service provider for electricity. I also opted out of the TOU plan, where rates are increased between the hours of 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. So the only increase in my invoices would be due to higher usage, higher rates, or both. But that hasn't been the case in recent months. My kilowatt usage reflected in my 10/9/2021 invoice and my 11/8/2021 invoice were almost identical, no real disparity. However, my November bill invoice was 115% higher than my October invoice. How is that even possible? In seeing that huge increase, we made a greater than usual concerted effort to scale back electricity usage as much as possible. But we did have a family member staying with us for about 5 days. Imagine my shock when my December 2021 bill showed a higher usage than our normal, but it was actually 25% less than the November invoice. Also still higher than previous years. Nowhere was there a credit issued or any explanation for the reduction. But that only lasted for a month. My January 2022 invoice was back to the November level of being 115% higher than normal rates, with only slight increase in kilowatt usage. Something is seriously wrong with SCE's fluctuating rates that don't match fluctuating usage. By the way, my usage for January 2022 was 2.6 kilowatts less than January 2021, while my invoice was approximately 45% higher than 1 year ago. And SCE, please explain why my account number was changed 2 years ago. There was no reason for that. Obviously, I didn't move and I made no changes to my name or our billing address. Yet now, because of my SCE changing my account number for no explained reason, SCE cannot provide me with any history of my account at my current address prior to the last 24 months. That seems intentional and gives me even more cause for concern. SCE's excessive charges are egregious and particularly injurious in these days of much higher inflation. What you're doing is not okay. I believe that concludes the comments. Let me refer.
We have one more. I can go
Thank you.
just to give you a break, Vicki.
Thank you.
Marcelia Guillermo, SCE, the CA Public Utility Commission and CPA are taking advantage of the uninformed customers who now have to foot these outrageous expensive bills. It is also pretty outrageous to change customers to TOU if customers do not opt out. It is time for these entities to do better for their customers. Need to investigate why some customers who were not home during certain days, their usage of electricity went up. The case for a family member would appreciate these entities respond in writing to the questions proposed by all the residents commenting, specifically the questions proposed by Mr. Mark Nelson below. That concludes the e-comments.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. I got one more question from Councilmember Obaji.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to, I guess, make a motion to file and receive whatever materials we have and was presented to us today. I don't know if Councilmember Lowenstein submitted his in the blue folder. And then also direct or ask the people before us who are presenting today to please provide our community services department with social media intended to educate the public as to the different rates that apply during the day and how they can best suit their lives to make use of the lowest energy rates that exist. And further, that if these folks don't give that support to community services, that community services go ahead and make its own social media to educate folks as to that, so that we can, people can avoid the very expensive brunt of these changes. Ms. Park, what's up?
Is there a second? Well, I have a feeling what Ms. Park is going to say. And
there's no action.
This is wholly inappropriate for this section of the agenda. I don't know how this got under announcements. It's not funny. This is out of line. This belongs as a discussion item. This is not an announcement by any stretch of the imagination. We have spoken for over 2 hours. We've had a full discussion. We've had presentations, I think 4. We've now done a receive and file motion. I mean, let's just move everything to section D of the agenda. No, this is for announcements, folks. So I don't know if City Manager Mike Wazanski, I mean, this should never happen again. If this is the kind of, item that this is, then this belongs under in items. And this should have been removed because it was not properly agendized in the beginning. And if it had been, well, fine. But this was not an announcement by any stretch of the imagination. And next time, I'm just going to cut it off if this happens again. Cheryl. Or is that what you were going to say?
Yes, Mayor. I think Councilman Obaji's first part of his motion is sufficient under the agenda title. But as far as the second part, directing staff to educate the public, unfortunately, it wouldn't fall under the agenda item as advertised. So he could save that for the end of the meeting at council referrals and make that motion. And I think that would be sufficient at that time.
That's good.
That was going to be my recommendation, Mayor. If the council is interested in follow-up action, whether it's agendize a conversation about public outreach or further conversation about potential actions the council can take, we should do that as a follow-up specific agenda topic. And we can do that through referrals.
Okay, so there's a motion to receive and file. It was seconded by Lowenstein, yeah. Is there any objection? Okay, so ordered. The other problem with putting this in this particular section of the agenda is the public doesn't necessarily see it. They're looking for discussion items under in and down further. So this to the public just appears like an announcement, not a full-blown 2-hour discussion with public comment and everything else. So,
I missed it looking at the agenda.
anyway, anything else? So I want to thank all the representatives from Southern California Edison, Clean Power Alliance, and Asia Pal from the CPUC. Hopefully I'm not forgetting everybody. Oh yeah, the gas company, Fabiola, thank you very much. Really appreciate you guys showing up and sticking it out and answering some of our questions.
Right.
And providing that information. Okay, with that, we will move on to the order of agenda. Is there a motion to approve the order of agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Lowenstein, second by Councilmember Narenheim. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. Blue folder items. Eleanor, we have items for the blue folder.
Yes, so for J1, non-agenda items, we have some public comments, which you should have received. N1, which is the mid-year budget report. Let's see, so the vehicle replacement fund had one calculation update of 7,000. Budget and Finance Commission and the Library Commission had recommendation letters, which you should have received them by email. And then a letter from the Miscellaneous Bargaining Unit and also a letter from the Teamsters. And I think, and then the reso was updated. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion to add those to the record?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Lowenstein, second by Councilmember Horvath. Any objections? So ordered. Next up is our consent calendar. Tonight we have 18 items on the consent calendar. Any member can pull any item. Any member of the public can comment or ask for any item to be pulled. I'll go through the council. Councilmember Narenheim, do you want to pull any items?
I'd like to pull item H18, please. H18.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
So thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
We're going to be able to discuss this stuff in H13 in our general discussion under let's see, whatever one's on.
M1.
L1, yes. Right? Is that?
Yes, you'll receive a presentation on as part of the master fee schedule regarding electric vehicles charging.
Nothing to pull. Thank you.
Good. Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
All right. Are there any public comments for any consent calendar item other than item H18?
We have no comments. Just double check here.
We just have an E comment for H18, actually.
Right. So there's no comments at this point. Nope.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent calendar except for item H18.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Narenheim. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, Eleanor.
Yes, so H9, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2202-004, a resolution City Council City Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain property to Cornerstone Construction Group, Inc., a California corporation. H10, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2202-005, a resolution the City Council of City Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain properties to Swatati Inc., DBA The Shrimp Lover, a California corporation. H11, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2202-006, a resolution of the City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain properties to Randy Waters, an individual. H13, introduction by title only, ordinance number 3228-22, an ordinance of the City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 3, Chapter 6 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to establish a fee to use public electric vehicle charging stations, permit the establishment of overstay charges for public electric vehicle charging stations, and prohibit non-charging vehicles from parking at public electric vehicle charging stations for first reading and introduction. And yes, that concludes the reading for resolutions and ordinance.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. Councilmember Lowenstein, item Councilmember Nierenheim, item H18.
Yeah, I got a couple questions on this. There was an e-comment, and I saw this earlier, and actually this e-comment now puts things in a certain perspective. I guess Cheryl, you're the one for City Attorney's Office. So we're hiring an outside agency, as we do for law firms, a whole bunch of them. I don't think I've ever seen a list of all the law firms that we have on tap. But I've been asked this quite a bit, and that is, how come we use law firms that are outside of Redondo Beach? I mean, outside of LA area, just way outside of our area. So like this law firm here, just so everyone knows, is from Tiburon, I think it is. It's the law office of Todd and Simonson and Belvedere, Tiburon, California. So that's way up in NorCal. Why are we using him in Northern California?
So this item is before you because we got a request from one of our public safety departments to do an investigation. And so this is an attorney who was a former police officer who did workplace investigations for us in the past. And he was with a previous firm. And then he left that firm and started his own firm. So this kind of comes at the request of the public safety department. If you don't approve this agreement, then human resources would have to do the investigation. And that's why it's before you. He is definitely an attorney, but he would be doing workplace investigations. He, as you can tell in the staff report, he's had extensive experience conducting these types of investigations. And he did do an investigation with us, I think back in 2014, when he was with his previous firm, Jackson, I believe it was Jackson Lewis.
I mean, I'm concerned because we're paying $185 per hour for travel time. And being from up in Northern California, it's going to be he takes an airline flight, that's 3-4 hours each way. If he drives, that's 5-6 hours of time. So why can't we use? I mean, I respect the idea. I want to use a certain person, but we're paying $185 an hour of travel time. I don't see that being a judicious use of our funds, especially if it's just for an HR investigation.
And that's why it's before you, for you to look at the rates, look at the firm. If you don't want to approve it, then a human resource would figure out how to do that.
Okay. Let's see here. $370 per hour outside. Yeah. Do we have a entire long list of attorneys that are on tap? I mean, who else do we use for these services here in Redondo Beach? This is a brand new attorney, I guess, where we're adding to the list.
No, this is sorry, and I missed the first part of the discussion, but this is someone that we used for the first time for the investigation regarding our past city manager. We chose him because of his background, and Brian Hickey, our former assistant city attorney who went to Northern California, had used him for the investigation of their city manager. And he has experience on both sides of the employment law, both employer and employee law. And he has 8 years experience as an attorney. we've used him for multiple different investigations since. He's left his firm and started his own. He left the previous firm that we had the retainer agreement with, and he started his own firm. So this is at the request of, it's an investigation for one of our public safety units. This is not it went through us, but it's not a city attorney request. And if the answer is no, that's fine, then HR or the appropriate public safety unit will have to figure out how they want to conduct the investigation. We won't conduct it. We've used him before when we were put in that position. He's a good choice. He's very neutral. He doesn't have any relationships with any of the individuals, and having served in both on the employer side and the employee side, he can view it dispassionately without any particular bias. But this is not something that we're asking for. It's going through us. If you don't want to do it, then the chief will have to work with Mike and work with Diane and figure out who is going to conduct the independent investigation, and that would be completely fine with me. But we have had positive experiences with Mr. Simonson.
And I would add, Councilman, I think in this particular case, this would be not an HR investigation, but an IA, internal affairs investigation.
Okay. And so this was not part of a bid process then. This is, hey, we have prior experience and we want to use this person again because they did a good job.
But yeah, but we don't bid for professional services because you don't necessarily want the lowest responsible bidder. It's not like purchasing widgets. Why we chose him initially, I had never met Mr. Simonson until we hired him for the Bill Workman investigation at the request of the council. I gave you the explanation of, I reached out to Brian Hickey because I know that their city had a similar case, and he gave great review of him. I reviewed his resume and it was excellent. And he's done several investigations for us, but we can't use the old Jackson Lewis, which was the firm, retainer agreement. It's outdated and we don't know any other attorneys at Jackson Lewis. We went to Jackson Lewis because that's where Mr. Simonson is. He's now created his own firm and he's willing to do this investigation. He's ran, one of our pets is excited that we're home. He reviewed the complaint that was provided to our office and provided to him, and he has no conflicts in doing the investigation. So if you approve it, then we'll, I'll have Chief Kaufman, I'll connect the two of them, and the investigation will be off and running.
I think the other point, Councilman, too, to make here is that there is synergy with investigators who have worked in our IA unit in the past, who are familiar with our policies and procedures. I certainly understand your concern about travel costs and the like. I think we can do our best to try to minimize those about conducting them.
Can I interrupt? Yeah. So I didn't hear the early start, so I apologize for that. He's going to conduct all the interviews via Zoom. So we're trying, we've already arranged that because we're trying very diligently to, keep the cost down. And so that was what we talked about specifically, whether that would be satisfactory. And so there'd have to be a real reason for him to travel down, but most of it will be done remotely.
Right. I mean, that was exactly my next follow-up question since you were here is travel time. I don't want to be spending all this money on travel time when we get something locally here. And I mean, when it goes to RFP or bidding process for professional services, it's not always lowest cost. It's what you're getting all the way around. So, that would be my concern or moving forward throughout the professional services. We do that with other, like the Moss Adams report as well. But okay, so those questions have been answered then. I want to minimize those costs, and I want to make sure that we're not hiring too many attorneys from Northern California or outside of LA region to have to be traveling to us. We do realize there's Zoom, but that's going to be ending.
Most of our attorneys are local, but when we go to Northern California, there's a reason why we go to Northern California. For labor investigations, it often helps not to have any intertwined relationships. But most have LA offices. Even John Wellner's firm, off the top of my head, has an LA office, and that's who makes all the appearances and does other stuff. I can only think of one other one, and I don't think he's ever traveled down here. He's done all his work remotely and electronically. So we're very cognizant of that, but we've always tried to put the best attorney for the job in the position that we can afford within our budget.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Obaji.
Howdy. I understand the vein in which Councilmember Narenheim's questions came, but I did look up Mr. Simonson, and he definitely is in a class of his own based on his background. I also litigate employment cases, and I litigate them against Jackson Lewis, so that is a firm known for defending employers. So I don't doubt he has that experience. And these workplace investigations are fairly common, and they need to be done by, like Webb said, an outside third party who's got no tie to the city or recurring relationship with the city. So I'd make a motion to approve this item.
Second that.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Obaji, second by Councilmember Horvath.
Mayor, we have an e-comment for this item.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Leslie Campeggi writes, please confirm if I'm reading this correctly about hiring an attorney who lives in the San Francisco area to conduct workplace investigations for the city of Redondo Beach. While his $375 per hour, $360 per hour rate might be market rate consistent, why would we hire an attorney to whom we also have to pay an additional $185 per hour for travel? Surely there must be a qualified attorney closer to Redondo Beach for whom we wouldn't incur this additional expense. Within just this last month, the city paid approximately $175,000 to outside vendors for attorney bills. I realize we don't always have the in-house expertise for some legal matters, but outsourcing legal help seems to be trending as more of the norm instead of the necessary exceptions. Regardless, certainly there must be a qualified local attorney to conduct workplace investigations. That concludes the comment.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, any more comments? Councilmember Obaji, did you mean to have your hands full up?
Yeah, I do. Real quick. On the travel, I didn't address that, but we lawyers are not traveling anywhere these days. I mean, everything's on Zoom. All the court appearances are on Zoom. And frankly, even post-pandemic, it's probably going to still stay that way because nobody wants to go into a dirty old courthouse anymore. Granted, this is not for litigation. So any event, I don't think that's a big concern in any event. We're lucky that the attorneys are not charging their regular rate for travel, because you could hire a local attorney here and they'll say we're $375, but they're going to drive an hour to the courthouse, spend an hour there, drive an hour back, and charge you $375 for each one of those hours. All right, that's all. Thank you.
You're ratting your profession out there, Zane.
Yeah, for sure. No problem.
All right, as a motion and a second, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, that's our consent calendar. Next up is public participation on non-agenda items. Is the opportunity for the public to speak about anything that is not on the agenda. You've got 3 minutes. So Eleanor, anybody want to speak about something that is not on the agenda?
Yes, we have Ursula Bealey. Go ahead.
Hello, council members. My name is Ursula Bealey, and you may have recognized that last name from my mom, Elisa Bealey. At the time I'm speaking, I am currently 13, but I did not want you to not to take me seriously because of that. I'm here to speak up about the rude and fake facts you guys have said to my mom. Councilmember Obaji, you have said many things that are untrue and overall rude. You called her a troll, but she was just standing up for herself. Telling her she doesn't want me to go to school with poor kids But apparently to you, money doesn't matter, especially when it comes to talk about North versus South Redondo, which I'll get to later. You act like you're spoiled brats because you live in a single family home on a lot with only one house, while you live on a house on a 3-house lot. But you know what? My mom and dad have worked 13 plus years to achieve the house we have today. Before, my family has also lived on a 3-lot townhouse. The move didn't just happen overnight. Councilmember Lowenstein gave add-on to these rude remarks of Councilmember Obaji, saying that North Redondo is going to come out with our pitchforks and torches in a way to say that we want to stand up for ourselves. The First Amendment right said we can do that without getting judged on what we say. At a city council meeting on Tuesday, February 1st, you say that my mom is insulting you because she stated a fact of how there is more diversity in North Redondo. It is not something people say as an insult, it's a fact. The type of insult you may have been thinking of was racism, which is prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is minority or marginalized. Google Dictionary. That's from Google Dictionary. So when my mom said it was not discriminative against your wife, neighbor, and kids, it was again just stating a fact. Another thing is that both you and Councilmember Obaji have said my mom was told what to speak about and what to say. Absolutely not. My mom does the research for the week in between both city council meetings for information. And to come back to your other remarks, she does do the research. If not, where would she have gotten it from? She gets the information from doing her own research and rewatching the past meetings. I don't know if I mentioned this, but I'm going to talk a little bit about the North versus South Redondo low-income house debate. So without doing any research on it, it's just the fact that South Redondo has more people who are more wealthy. You can see this because they live close to the beach and obviously no houses that are cheap. Their community is overall nicer. They have nicer stores, nicer restaurants, and just a nicer living area in general. If you look up a North Redondo home and then a South Redondo home, there's definitely a huge difference. The big debate is most people want to make the two sides even. The average income of a person who lives in North Redondo is $58,845, while South Redondo people, their average income is $67,899. To make this even, we have to add more low-income housing in South Redondo, so the average income of both parts of Redondo could be equal, and it could just be North Redondo Beach. No north or south. After all, it is unfair how much better south is treated rather than north. Lastly, I'd like to say that I wrote and chose to do this myself. My mom told me some information I wanted, and I wrote this from that. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Ursula. Anyone else?
I don't have anybody else that's raised their hand, and we have no e-comments, so that concludes our non-items agenda.
Okay. Next up is item L1. It's a public hearing to consider proposed amendments to the Public Works and Police Department's master fee schedules and the civil penalties for parking violations pertaining to the use of the city's electric vehicle charging stations. I'll go through and see if there's any ex parte communications. Councilmember Narenheim.
I talked with staff and a couple members of the public. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you. I didn't have any.
Councilmember Horvath.
Staff.
Councilmember Obaji.
The city manager told me that this was going on calendar. That's it.
And Councilmember MD.
I did not.
And I did not either. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Obaji. Any objections? So ordered. So Jennifer Paul, Ted Simon, you guys are gonna lead us through this?
I guess I'll jump through this, Mayor. Jennifer, was there anything else you wanted to jump into here? No. Mayor, thank you for allowing us the opportunity. This does tie into what Councilmember Obaji was asking a question about. We did have a companion item that was on the consent, which was the ordinance that basically establishes the mechanism for the city to start charging for something that was not available to the public in the past. And that would be EV, electric vehicle charging stations that the city would actually be paying the electricity for. So with that, we actually have a brief presentation. Jesse Reyes is going to give that presentation just to show what the rates are that we're proposing, what any penalties would be for someone that stays at that location for a longer period of time, and then if somebody misuses those locations just for parking rather than charging an electric vehicle. So with that, Jesse, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Ted. Let me share my screen.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Ted mentioned, the Council accepted as complete the CIP project number 20770, the EV charging infrastructure. You'll see that the project added 16 ports at 5 locations throughout the city, as illustrated on this slide. This includes 2 ports for the DC fast charger at the Performing Arts Center. All the chargers are live and active. So the proposed modifications to the master fee schedule exhibits, as Ted also mentioned, the ordinance that was approved by the City Council during the consent calendar codifies the ability to charge for the use of the stations, along with creating an overstay fee and a violation for not using the charging stations while parked in the EV parking spaces. The particular public hearing presented to you tonight sets the actual fees associated with those 3 elements. The goal of these fees is to be able to recover the utility costs associated with the usage of the stations while promoting turnover of these parking spaces and ensuring the proper use of the spaces. The fees presented are in line with surrounding cities that charge for the usage of the stations. Given that these are the city's first publicly owned stations, staff will monitor the cost and usage to ensure the per kilowatt hour fees are competitive and able to recover the cost of electricity. The overstay fees goal is to ensure turnover of the spaces so multiple cars can charge per day. And lastly, the violation is to ensure EV charging spaces are used only when a vehicle is actively charging. The $50 proposed fine is in line with an expired parking meter violation that currently exists on the master fee schedule. That's the presentation tonight. The recommendation is to open the public hearing and take testimony, which has already been opened. Second is to close the public hearing and then adopt the master fee resolution along with the civil penalty resolution. That concludes the presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. Appreciate it.
Would you like me to stop sharing or go?
Yes, please. We'll be ready to bring it back. Councilmember Lowenstein.
I think we've seen tonight why we can't be dependent on either Edison or CPA to supply us electricity for these chargers. I ran across a company that actually produces, they look like trailers, but they're basically solar panels that store solar energy into batteries that also connect, I think, up to 6 or 8 electric vehicles. So we can deploy them throughout the city and use grant money to do so. I recommend beyond this that we look at possibly doing that and not expand what we were doing if we can use grant money for something like that. Because I don't want us to be held hostage by raising electricity rates. And so I'd ask that we can do this. I know this isn't the item that's necessarily that we're approving the master fee rates for, but it's the same subject. And so I'm fine with these rates. I think they're okay, but expect them to go up because everybody else's rates are going up, it looks like. So.
Thank you, Councilman. And not only will we investigate, but if you have a link to the information that you mentioned, if you can send it to us, that would be great.
I actually did send it to you a couple weeks ago. I can resend it to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Nairnheim.
So are we gonna have to come back and change this every time? Like, how are we doing cost recovery? Are we just doing for pure electric charges or for the unit itself? For what? And if it's our rates are increasing, are we going to be increasing our rates? How do we make sure that it's not going to be a gift of public funds to anyone with an electric car?
So the fees will be charged to the users utilizing the stations. And this is more cost recovery for the actual electricity itself. To be honest, since we haven't really utilized any stations and had any stations live, we're gonna monitor those costs on an annual basis. We're hopeful that the current rates will hold and be enough to recover those costs initially. But given that it is kind of a new program that we have rolling out, we'll have to assess on an annual basis and potentially adjust those during our budget adoption.
Yeah, I think, Councilman, I would add that I would expect us every year to come back to you and have this conversation, much like we do with our other fees. The reason we set the structure up the way that we have is in allowing the council to adjust fees by a resolution rather than to bury them in the ordinance is for that very reason, that there will be increased electrical costs. We anticipate that, and we do expect some level of maintenance and operation expenses as these units require repair or other updates periodically over time. So like we do with most of our fees, we will look back at expenses and look to seek full cost recovery on an annual basis.
Are we charging, I see near, it says Public Works is also proposing overstay fee of $1.50 per hour if the vehicle remains connected to the charging station after 4 hours. So are they not being charged during the charge time before the 4 hours for the use of the parking spot? So the normal rates that other meters are being charged at?
So while they're connected and actually drawing a charge to their vehicle, they'll be paying the 30 cents on the level 2s per kilowatt hour. If they remain connected after 4 hours, they no longer will be drawing a charge. ChargePoint has a mechanism within their system to be able to shut off any electrical charge, or if they're already fully charged within those 4 hours, they're no longer drawing electricity. The $1.50 per hour afterwards is to try to incentivize them to actually move from the space so that someone else can come in and connect and charge.
So they're getting a free parking spot.
For $1.50 an hour, which is discount potentially, right?
$1.25. Yeah, I think it's a Riviera Village is $1.25. It could be $1.50.
It's $1.50, and that's the only space where a parking meter actually would exist, right? The other spaces where the charging stations exist are not parking meter spaces. They're in parking lots that don't have meters. So the only space that actually had a parking meter prior is the Riviera Village.
I thought that was 2 spots. That's 1 spot in the Riviera Village?
2 spots, you're correct. 1 station, 2 spots.
Okay. I mean, why can't we charge them $1.50 per hour per parking spot when they're charging? Why should we just give it to them for free?
That's a council decision. We saw the electric vehicle charging station as kind of an ability for people to have places to park as they're charging, and they're already paying for the electricity as they're parked in those spaces. That was kind of the reasoning behind that, but it is the council decision on how they want to approach it.
I mean, we don't give out free gas, right? We don't like give out gas stations and then start charging. I mean, we're giving out. I want to recover the cost of the parking spot. I mean, they're taking a parking spot because they might just park there and not be even charging their vehicle, or they only need 5% and then sit there for 3-4 hours and they can be fully charged. And we're losing the $1.50 per hour, number one. And number two is if they only need 5%, then we're getting 0 and nobody is being able to charge and they're not charging and they're just getting free parking. So I could very well see that. The Riviera Village, I know people would think I'm crazy right now, but Riviera Village, people are very smart down there. They know how this works. And so I'm very concerned that a person with an electric car is going to come down there and just park their car and not charge, or have 5 minutes of charge time and just let it sit there for 4 hours and they get free parking for 4 hours. So I'm going to be, I'll approve this, but I'm going to say to include the per hour charge fee of parking as well for the Riviera Village only, because where we charge for parking, other places we don't charge. And to me, I look as a gift of public funds. These people who are driving fully electric cars are getting subsidized vehicles from the government and ratepayers to begin with. So I don't want to subsidize any more. It's not fair to the gas drivers. We don't subsidize them. And we don't subsidize other vehicle owners. The last thing I'm going to ask about is there, I'm not sure if I asked you guys this or someone else this, is there any charging stations for bicycles, electric bicycles?
Not at this point. None of these. These are all for vehicle or charging.
Okay. The report here, one last thing, the report here says, for context, it would cost $24 for someone to fully charge an 80-watt battery from empty. I take it that 80-watt battery is for a vehicle 80-watt battery, and that's what it would cost for a full charge?
At 30 cents per kilowatt hour, correct.
Okay. Okay, that's it. That's all I got. Thank you.
Jesse, could somebody who just needs a little bit of charge pull up to one of these stations in the village and just plug their car in, car finish charging in 10 minutes, and then be gone for 4 hours until that overage charge kicks in?
The way it's designed right now, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
I was going to ask what essentially, once Councilmember Nierenheim made his point, whether the different rates could apply at the different locations. And I think that based on the lack of response to the contrary, that's okay, right?
Repeat the question.
Can you have different rates at the Riviera than you do have at the North Redondo Library?
The way the ordinance is written, yeah, we have a standard rate across the board.
Okay, but it's going to be our resolution. I'm seeing with Anthony that is.
Yeah, we can, if it's the desire of the council, we can differentiate.
Well, I agree with Councilmember Nierenheim entirely. It's, essentially the people with electric cars are the haves, since they were able to buy a newer electric car. And we probably shouldn't subsidize that too much, since everybody's going to be moving to electric car. But I did want to raise a concern that I had based on my visit to Riviera. So I went to the EV charging station. Here it is, and you see the charge point right there. This is about 2 weeks ago, and what you notice here is that the cars, it's a one-way little street, right? And the cars, their parking is angled. So you have to essentially pull in, although this person managed to pull in backwards, which means they must have gone the wrong way on the street for a bit. If you got a Tesla, my charge port is right over here, and this charging cord does not reach right over here. So of course I got a note on my thing saying, hey, you're charge blocking, et cetera, et cetera. But this basically, and then another day when I visited it for the farmer's market, I saw that a different car was parked here and its charging port was on the right. So I get that. But these parking spots should probably be designed so that people can drive in straight, park straight, so that the cord can go either on the right or the left side, and they can either pull in forward or backward. Alternatively, if you don't want to do a straight parking spot for one reason or another, you could make it that this spot across from my car here, this spot where you see the parking meter right here, that is also a charging spot if the cord would reach, the one of the sides of that car. The last point I wanted to make here is that we really ought to, market the service that we're providing to the residents by painting these parking spots green or blue, whatever the prevailing paint color is, like they do in Hermosa Beach if you go to the top floor of their parking structure. So these are essentially the critiques. And then last week when I went, must have been Saturday last week that I went, not the Super Bowl weekend, the weekend before, the charge point was totally off and you could not charge a vehicle. I just noticed that. So nobody was charging. I don't know what the case was there, if it was just temporarily down, but that's worth checking out. So any response on any of that?
I'll respond, Councilman. I think from a charging access, I'll look at that with Jesse as far as the location, whether we have to do any modifications to the space itself, and or what you recommended with the space, is it still be within the port's reach and location. And as far as it being out, we'll have to check with ChargePoint what was going on over this past week.
They are actually back on. It is back on. There was just a short on the unit, so we had our electrician turn it back on, so it is functioning as of days ago.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
I'm going to beg to differ, especially with Mr. Nierenheim. Oil and gas receives tons of subsidies. So when you said we don't do subsidies, take a look at oil companies. They do lots of subsidies.
City Redondo.
Okay, but still. I've yet to see a place that has a meter for charging stations. It has a societal benefit to electric vehicles, and you and I differ on this. Electric vehicles have a real positive impact on the environment and the use of cutting up fossil fuels, lots of things you could probably look at. Hermosa offers free parking for 2 hours. Other places, I believe, offer parking for several hours. Why not make a compromise and say, whoever is doing the ticketing will look and see if the charger is actually active, and if it's not active and it's been 2 hours that they're ticketed or something like that. I don't know. Some type of a compromise. I agree if it's 10 minutes and somebody leaves and still does it, then not only is it a bad subsidy, but it's also taking a spot for people that could be using it for actual charging. I don't want to disincentivize people that are actually using this for charging. Some people don't have the ability to charge in their own houses. They live in apartments. So I just, every time they want to charge, do we really want to hit them with a $6 fee? I don't know. I mean, I don't want to make money off of somebody that's doing something that's good for society. So I wouldn't vote for that. But if you come up with another solution where it's some type of a compromise where they're ticketed because they're doing that, then maybe I'll vote for it. But I don't want to vote for something that is, and I don't look at it as a subsidy. I think it's a good thing. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to encourage people to drive electric vehicles. That's why we're adding these things. Otherwise, what's the point?
Councilmember MD.
I was just, I concur that we shouldn't be charging them up here in the north, like North Redondo Library or the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. I do understand Mr. Narenheim's concern. That would be exactly what people will be doing if they know they don't get charged. Why wouldn't you? You just go park. You happen to have an electric car, you go park in those spots. So I do get his concern, but I definitely would support having it differentiated between spaces that don't normally charge anyway. Thanks.
Let me say this, the future's right around the corner. The future's gonna be a lot of electric cars and a lot of people wanting charging while they're shopping or whatever it is they're doing. So, we might want to think ahead that, we're going to be adding more electric stations in exactly those sorts of lots. And frankly, we shouldn't be providing free parking if, they're charging and shopping. It's kind of the same thing. I mean, they got to charge your car somewhere. And to me, it's a convenience to provide it as a city service that, hey, you want to shop and charge your car at the same time, you can, but you got to pay parking like everybody else. So I can easily see, we're already short chargers. I already have people saying, why don't you have more chargers in Redondo Beach? So, it's something to think about. We're only talking about 2 places in Riviera Village. So it's going to be a broader conversation for sure going forward. This is not going to be settled here by any means. Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, thank you, Member Brand. Yeah, Councilman Lonesy, we're taking spot. We agree the same thing. It's not just a great thing, a good thing. It's a great thing. But the thing is, we should also be incentivizing even more so people on bicycles, non-electric bicycles, to be working out, to be, healthy. That's what we should really be incentivizing. We're not charging people for bicycle usage, and as Mayor Brand said, we're only going to be adding more and more electric parking spots. And if somebody just tops it off for 5%, they get that, they sit there for 2 hours. Now the car's not charging anymore. They're not just getting a free parking spot, they're now taking a parking spot for somebody who needs the electricity. So I want to be really careful in an area like Riviera Village that is severely impacted with parking, that we're only providing 2 electric chargers that they need to pay for $1.50 an hour. It's just that simple. And they're being subsidized. They're getting cheaper electricity rates to begin with at their home. So they're getting a lot of gimmies along the way. And in the Riviera Village, where there's not enough parking, we need to be really careful in the coastal zone of giving away free parking especially when it has a huge possibility of being misused. So definitely in favor of charging that hourly fee.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
I agree with Councilmember Lowenstein pretty much, but I think Councilmember Narenheim has a point here, and so maybe really what we need to just discern and or bring the item back with is if we have the charge points in a public lot that we don't charge for, whether it's the library or the Performing Arts Center, I think we should not be charging them additional monies, to Laura's point, for parking. We don't charge for parking in those lots. But if it's street parking that has meters already, then maybe that should be considered to be different. I recognize Todd's right. Other cities that were early adopters have kind of incentivized, people to come and shop and dine, with their EV vehicle. I can go either way on this, but if it's a point of contention, then I would just say let's separate out the Riviera Village ones from the other ones, which are all in non-charged public lots.
Ted Simon, you had another comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I'm hearing all the comments and I fully agree and support them. I think the only reason that we added this initially was, besides the meters in Riviera Village, is we don't want anyone to just go park their vehicle, especially when there aren't meters out there, and park their vehicles and just plug it in, whether they get charged in 15 minutes or they get charged in 3 hours. We'd love to see these locations recycle for other users to come in. And I think that's the initial reason why we put in the 4-hour maximum before we started to look at that $1.50 per hour more.
Okay. Yeah, the future might be figuring out if people are actively charging or not. And, if you just need a half-hour charge and be gone for an hour, well, I better pay parking while I charge, or, maybe I'll be back in time for active charging to cease. Something's gonna evolve here. I don't know what it is, but I don't think these two spots are. Anyway, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, it's just two spots. Can we tell, Ted, by the charge point whether it's actively charging or not?
Yeah, we can. Absolutely, we can do that. And for Riviera Village, aside from the other locations, as Jesse said, this is going to be monitored for us because this is the first for the city of Redondo Beach. There may be the ability to have both the parking meter as well as the electric vehicle charging occurring in the same location. If that happens at a location where we actually have parking meters like we do in Riviera Village, you may be doing both parts of it. But again, on the maximum of 4 hours, I had experienced it in other locations, you probably have as well, where someone with an electric vehicle may come in and just park their vehicle, plug it in, and leave it there overnight, and it's not providing the opportunity for others to come in and actually get those vehicles charged. So that maximum 4 hours was primarily for that reason. But as we monitor this, that may be that opportunity when we come back, even during the regular budget, to consider this for a metered as well as an electric vehicle charging location in Riviera Village.
So do we know how much it would cost for a typical electric car to charge it for an hour?
I don't know. Just
for an hour, no. I mean, it would depend on the size of the battery. On a typical level 2, it's probably drawing 7 kilowatts. I mean,
it's not like Edison. It depends on how much the charger can download into that vehicle within that period of time. And I don't know if every vehicle has the ability to charge at that same rate.
I just don't want it to become so expensive that people go, I'm not going to use it. That's really what I'm concerned with. I mean, $1.50 is not going to break somebody an hour, but if you're there for 4 hours and you're at $6 plus another, $6 or $8 or whatever, it's $14 to charge a car. I don't know. I guess I could go either way on this. What's that?
Still cheaper than gas.
I don't know. After tonight, I'm not so sure of that.
Okay, let's keep moving. Councilmember Imdi.
I just want to be clear. I don't mind the 4-hour penalty or 4-hour time frame that you have in the ordinance, that's okay. Ted, I just want to make sure you understood that. It was just more of a differential between, I don't want to start charging people $1.50 an hour at the Performing Arts Center when no one else is being charged parking. That's all this kind of comes down to.
That was never my intent, just so you know.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But Ted was starting to talk about the 4-hour limit, and that has nothing to do with what we were I thought we were talking about. Just clarification.
By the way, there's a 4-hour time limit on parking in Riviera Village, regardless.
There you go.
So anyway, Mike Webb, you had a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to, you already approved for first reading the ordinance. And so if you want to, this item is just the master fee schedule. And so much of the discussion should have been pulled, I think it was H13. And so we can't, in this item, address any of the changes in the ordinance. So you may want to, I don't know what you want to do with the ordinance. It will come back for a second reading. But right now you're just talking about the fee, and you've already approved the ordinance, at least for introduction. So I just want to be clear what you're talking about. What you can talk about is the fee in this schedule. You'll get another bite at the apple whenever the H13 comes back for second reading, and you can amend it and reintroduce it at that time. But I just want to make clear that any motion be only towards this item, which is the fee schedule.
And I just should add to that, in the ordinance, it did create the ability to set by resolution rates for electric vehicle charging station use. So you have flexibility in the resolution. I think the bigger issue is going to be, how did we notice the particular resolution schedule, Jesse and Ted, and what our flexibility is in that noticing for today. So if we're gonna seriously talk about adding a parking rate to this, did we notice the schedule as drafted with the new rates, or did we just narrate the conversation for the rates themselves? Because the ordinance is pretty flexible.
I believe it was noticed just the not the actual rates, but just the
type of rates. Yeah,
correct.
So the ordinance creates installation of parking meters rates for parking spaces designated for use of public electric charging stations. The rates for use of a public electric vehicle charging station shall be set forth by resolution of the City Council and may be changed from time to time by resolution. So if you look specifically at our rate schedule in the attachment, I think we list the level 2 charging rate, we list a DC fast charger rate, and we list an overstay fee after 4 hours. The question is, do we want to add an additional fee for locations where we would normally have a parking meter assigned to that space? In this case, Jesse, we don't have an installed parking meter that's co-located with the charging station, do we?
We removed the parking meter during the installation.
Right. So
we could add a parking meter back.
That's the other obvious question is, do we just add a parking meter to those two locations and theoretically require that also be paid while using that space?
So is that flexibility?
That is the only location where we have this problem right now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if council decides to add that to the fee schedule, then you'll have to reinstall a parking meter. Is that correct?
Yeah, or it would only apply if the parking meter is installed at the same spot. So we could just simply come back with the parking meter.
Yeah, okay. But it's up to the fee schedule.
Whether there is a parking meter is not, whether what the rate is, where there is a parking meter.
I see. Okay. Yeah. All right. We don't have to do anything. Just put the parking meter back.
That's the immediate solution if that's the desire of the council.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then there you go. That would be the direction. Put the parking meter back. Okay. Councilmember Obashi.
All right. I think that would be a real anomaly in Southern California or anywhere to have a parking meter that you got to pay on top of your charge point. So swipe twice to park here with an electric vehicle. I wouldn't go for that. I don't know whether you're backpedaling on the fact that we can designate a different rate for the chargers in the Riviera or not? Can we set a different rate or we cannot?
I believe you can.
Okay. All right. So what I'd like to do is make a motion.
So you gotta close public hearing. You gotta listen.
Oh, got it. Close public hearing.
Well, Councilmember Narenheim, you had another comment?
I was just gonna go down this path of the extra part. Well, first of all, H13, I thought was just setting the rates, the percentage or the percent rates or percent numbers, I should say. It didn't deal with the parking and the total grant award.
H13 was actually creating the structure for the various rates. If you specifically the ordinance.
But that didn't deal with the parking though. That just dealt with the
for use of electrical vehicle charging stations. So you have, the ordinance allows you by resolution to set rates specific to the charging stations. If you want to set specific rates at different levels in different parts of the community, we can do that by resolution. The question is, do we have that clearly stated in our Exhibit A here, or would we need to bring that back to you for some housekeeping?
Well, and how is that going to stop the person who needs 5 minutes of charging from sitting there for 4 hours?
Right.
Yeah, that's still going to be an enforcement issue and everything.
He's not going to be paying that higher rate because he's not charging. He's just parking for free.
Right. And so the other issue is with I don't know if you guys get people, if we put a parking meter there and they have to swipe twice, but again, what Mayor Brandon was just talking about, which is my second point here, is if they show up, they only need 5 minutes of charge time, just connect it up, and then they walk away for an hour, and they know that, then that prevents somebody else from charging their electric car. And we want the throughput. The thing is with the Riviera Village, it's a throughput. We want to maintain, manage the parking so that people are parking and leaving, not just sitting there all day long, taking advantage of it. And that's the intent here, especially for electric. We only have 2 electric parking spots to charge there. So,
well, I think the intent is clear. We just don't have a clear answer yet. You guys had to settle this problem, and I kind of agree with Councilmember Ravasi. It'd be kind of silly all of a sudden put the parking meter back. Everybody's gonna be looking around going, really?
Jesse, can't we just add to the rate fee that we're charging to the credit card? Do it, every 10 minutes, boom, they get 10 minutes electric and then plus 10 minutes of parking time. That in itself is a huge discount because anyone that's using their credit card and the meter's down there, the minimum charge they have to pay for is, I think, is $1 or $1.25 or something like that. At the very minimum, they have to pay every single time. Whether they're there for 5 minutes or an hour, they pay $1.25. So people that are doing electric and they just show up, plug their stuff in, and they set it for 15 minutes, they only get charged for 15 minutes. That's a huge discount for them. Right? Can't we just charge it that way? Credit card charging, that is.
I'd have to check with ChargePoint and their system and how their pricing structure, the flexibility within their pricing structure and whether they can do multiple charges at the same time. I know they can do, after a certain amount of time, they can switch from charging for use and charge for hour. I'm not sure that iteration that you mentioned is possible. I'd have to circle back with them.
Jesse, you could theoretically charge, you could set the charge point rates at different locations though, correct? They don't have to be uniform across.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Because that's another theoretic option, is that the charge point, the rates that we set in Riviera Village could theoretically by resolution be different than they would be set for other points in town.
That's correct.
Collect, and you could add effectively to the hourly rate.
Right.
Some type of an upcharge for what would effectively be an in-lieu parking fee.
But how would that work take into account people have parking stickers where they wouldn't be charged at a meter, and yet you've built in an additional parking? It's complicated. You may want to continue this matter, re-review the ordinance. You could make it clear that it's illegal to remain in the parking space while the car is not being charged or for X amount of time after the car is no longer being charged. but you'd have to affect the ordinance if you want to do it that way. It may be harder to come up with the result you want from just tweaking the master fee schedule without also tweaking the ordinance.
Well, you could have a new sign that says active charging only. And if you have active charging only in a code, there's city code violation, meaning, okay, I can park here, I can charge, but I got to be actively charging or I'm going to get a ticket. So,
well, that's the $50 violation, right? We have that civil penalty.
That's after 4 hours.
Well, no, there's a separate charge. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, correct. If you're not connected to the actual station, then it's a $50 fine violation.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about connecting and just walking away knowing you don't need charging. You're just getting free parking.
Right. You may want to put in, because if you use ChargePoint, you get notified when it's full. And you may want to put in, you can't remain when it's no longer parking after, say, 15 minutes or whatever the appropriate time is. But I think the way to tweak it will be both on the ordinance and the master fee.
There's going to be some fix. Working with ChargePoint and seeing, understanding all this, there's going to be a clearer fix than what we're going to concoct tonight at 9:15.
Well, and if that's the key, what I would suggest then, Mayor, is let's get these in place. Let's get something in place so we have a reimbursement mechanism for use, because by delaying, there is nothing in place for recovering any of our charges. So this may not be perfect in the grand scheme for managing behavior, particularly at the 2 stations in the village. But I would suggest we adopt this, move forward, have these be implemented when the ordinance takes effect in 30 days after second reading. And then we come back with any tweaks as part of the annual budget adoption process with changes that might refine this issue pursuant to whatever direction you give tonight. Because what I don't want to do is have the spaces continue to be completely unregulated for the next 6 months while we sort through minor modifications.
Well, I'm sure we're not the only city struggling with this. There's cities with a lot more charging stations and required parking and parking constraints. So ChargePoint might have an easy fix, and we're sitting here talking in circles for no reason. Councilmember Obaji.
Right. I think, my opinion is we got to see how these play out, and just by observation in the village, are people parking there and not paying or not charging or plugging their car in but not actually charging? So I would make a motion to close the public hearing.
Well, we got a public comment.
Oh, we got a public comment. Sorry.
I already know what they're going to do in the village. Councilmember Nierenheim's right. Councilmember Horvath, and then I'm going to the public.
I was going to see if there was any public so I could make a motion as well.
Okay, any public comment, Eleanor?
So no public, no e-comments and no Zoom comments.
Okay. With that, Councilmember, I guess Councilmember Baji was going to close the public hearing.
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Okay.
Any objections? Okay, so ordered.
And then if Councilmember Obaji's not, I would make a motion that we adopt by title only resolution CC 220207, CC 2202-008, and CC 2202-009, and direct staff to bring back, or at least kind of evaluate things over the next few months once the ordinance is passed, and potentially bring this back for discussion as part of the master fee schedule during June budget time.
With what direction though? Direction to ability just to charge a per hour parking fee in the Riviera Village for 2 spots?
I'm leaving that open because I think let's let them, based on what Mike and Jesse were just saying, let's let them just evaluate how things are, and we can always make the adjustments within that time frame based on their feedback. So I guess to your point, Councilmember Nierenheim, they would need to come back to us maybe with a budget response report so that we would be able to make a decision prior to a master fee discussion in June.
We could do that, Councilman, if there is consensus among the council that you would like to see us, in a sense, upsize the rate or use or charge rate for the metered spaces or historically metered spaces in the village. That policy direction would be good to know now so we can research that option accordingly. But if it's truly a wait and see and evaluate behavior, we'll bring that back to you in the form of a BRR. If you, as a group, would like to see us find a way to charge for use of the spaces for parking and electricity, that would be helpful to know now.
Let me make a motion to.
Well, did you finish your motion, Councilmember Horvath?
Yeah.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Anything else?
No, sir.
Nierenheim?
Well, Councilmember Abaji has hand up.
Councilmember Abaji?
I was going to pitch a 75-cent for the Riviera Village to begin with.
Well, that's a substitute motion.
Yeah, I know, but I'll let Nierenheim go first and make the substitute motion.
I was going to make, I mean, we can make as many motions as we want. I was going to break these two items up and just say approve the title and resolution of these three or resolutions right now, and then make a separate motion to come back with a staff report or direction to be able to charge just the Riviera Village 2 parking spots for the $1.50 per hour. So let me just clean that up. I'm gonna make a substitute motion to adopt by title only resolutions 22, 02, 07, 08, and 09, and to approve as is, and to come back separately as a staff report for options to charge just the Riviera Village a per hour fee in line with the other parking spots in the Riviera Village parking costs or parking per hour parking fee. Options to be able to do that. Mike, does that work for you?
Yeah, we can do that. We'll prepare that as a budget response report, and then we'll tee that up as part of a master fee schedule discussion if that's something you all would like to see implemented.
Sorry, what was the rate you provided for the Riviera?
The same rate as the rest of the Riviera Village parking spots pay, and the reason I'm saying a same rate is because that rate can be has only gone up through the years. I don't want to come back and change it every single time.
I'll make a second with a friendly amendment, and the friendly amendment being that suggestion that Public Works investigate what modifications could be made to those 2 parking spots in the Riviera Village to fit either the right side or left side of any car that parks in either spot.
And front or back.
And any modifications required to the spots to do that, as well as especially their paint, put some sort of electric logo. Hold on, I got it here on Google images search, but some electric parking spots.
Oh, we've seen it. We've seen them all.
Right. Okay, you've seen it?
Yeah. I'll take that.
The only modification is a longer cord. I've been to the charging stations, so they just got a long cord. You can wrap it around the car 2 times if you need to. So it's a longer cord. Okay, there's a second substitute motion and a second. Was that motion clear, Mike?
Yeah, we can react to that.
Can I just get clarification? Is that to charge the $1.50 per hour plus the 30 cents per kilowatt hour, or just simply the parking? Yeah. Okay.
This is supplemental, Jesse. Yeah, this is what we'll be studying as part of that budget response report. What are those options?
Okay. All right. I guess I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No.
Councilmember Abaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
No.
Sorry, I skipped in. Councilmember MD.
No.
Okay, so that failed. We go back to the original motion. The original motion was, again, just to accept it as is, correct?
Yeah, approve. I believe it was to
And then
approve the resolutions as presented, and then monitor behavior and come back with the budget response report that reports on what we've observed.
prior to June.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Abaji.
I like my amendments, but I'll just abstain.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, so that one passes. Do you need to read that, Eleanor?
Yes. adopt by title only resolution number CC-222-07, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the Public Works Department master fee schedule. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2202-008, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the Police Department master fee schedule. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2202-009, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the civil penalties for parking violations. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Eleanor. I can make a recommendation. There's a couple of residents here that want to talk about item N3. And I don't think they want to spend another at least hour this late hearing about our mid-year budget and crime. So I don't know. I would ask the council to consider hearing item N3 next instead of.
Motion to hear item N3 next.
Second. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any objection? Okay, so ordered. Great. Thanks, you guys. And I know they're going to thank you. We'll move right to discussion and possible action regarding a request from the Friends of Redondo Beach Arts in use of the Historic Library in Veterans Park for the September 2022 art exhibit. Elizabeth House.
Good evening, Council. Sorry, I'm texting our speakers to make sure they're able to join us right now.
Yeah, they probably weren't expecting that move, and they were probably taking a nap.
Well, there's Nina and Susan, so perfect.
Excellent.
So for your consideration tonight is a letter from Friends of Redondo Beach Arts. They are a local nonprofit, and they are requesting use of the Historic Library of Veterans Park. It's for the CA 101 art exhibition. So we do have two representatives from FRBA tonight, Susan Lappin and Nina Ladin, and they will walk you through the events and what it is that they propose for the space. But before I hand it over to them, I just wanted to quickly remind Council that the Historic Library is currently not being used. There is no concessionaire agreement in place. The last one expired, I believe, in October 2020. But staff is preparing an RFP to solicit proposals for that space. That process will likely not be completed until later this year, so we don't anticipate the art exhibition really interfering with the city uses of that facility. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and invite Nina and Susan to speak about the exhibition.
Yeah, I'll also point out that, FRBA, Friends of Redondo Beach Arts, is requesting for the facility at no charge, but they're also paying for the utility costs, all installation expenses, and proper indemnification and release of liability, meet all insurance and legal requirements, and to host the exhibit for free of charge to the public. So meeting the indemnification and release of liability is no small hurdle. This is not free to them, folks. I just want everybody to understand, oh, they got it for free, so we get it for free, right? No, this is a big deal, and it's not just to ask and ye shall receive. I just want to make that point right up front, because people are going to say, how come they got it for free and we don't?
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, everyone. I'm Nina Zachleden. I'm the curator and the juror for California 101. And with us is Susan Lappin, the California 101 administrator. I'm going to go through a very short history of the exhibition. Not on your screen. The very first one was in 2012 at the Palos Verdes Inn. The reason for the exhibition is that we have been showing local artists for a few years and felt the need to open the exhibition and bring into Redondo Beach new artists. And therefore, we opened the exhibition for artists living and working anywhere in California. The exhibition was very successful, and in 2013, we had CA 101 at the AIS power plant. We represented 117 artists with 180 artwork and 35 different cities. In 2014, we were on city property. We were on Pier Plaza. We rose to 39 cities. And 230 artworks. We occupied 3 different spaces on Pier Plaza, the Old Torrance Court, a 3-bedroom office space, and one of the round building. It was super successful, and our relationship with all the businesses on the pier became very close. We went back in 2015 to the AAS power plant. We did open it now to the whole United States, and we got 65 cities, 157 artwork that we chose out of 1,200 artworks that were submitted. We had the very first virtual reality installation at the power plant. In 2016, we were in North Redondo at the South Bay Galleria in an empty big store. We used the 16 dressing room as installation rooms for different artists. We showed 240 artworks, and one of the articles that you will see on your screen declared the exhibition as one that electrifies the South Bay. In 2017, we were at the Riviera Village. We were at an old furniture store, Denise, that does not exist anymore. We showed from 55 cities, 137 artists. The exhibition explored new forms of art from young artists with an emphasis on installation, site-specific installation. 2018, we went to Gold Gym that was empty for several years. It is a 17,000 square foot space, which was challenging, but created a fantastic exhibition, bigger and better. And we opened the exhibition to the world. It became an international exhibition right here in Redondo Beach. Some quote from the art critics for the 2010 exhibition. CA 101 has established itself as the preeminent art show in all of the South Bay, if not beyond. Or CA 101 is consistently building our social and cultural capital as well as community cohesion by providing a collective experience of public expression around us. In 2019, we were back at Gold Gym. Again, there was a great emphasis on site-specific installation. Artist Mike Sager, for example, collaborate with Our Dive and Surf to create a virtual reality installation. And unfortunately, in 2020 and 21, we stayed dormant. Therefore, we are so excited to think of holding the exhibition in the historic library. There are impacts of an exhibition this size. There's a cultural impact, especially now after the pandemic, where people are really starving for enrichment, for going to exhibition and seeing live art. And there is an economic impact. We are bringing into our city visitors. We are encouraging people in Redondo Beach to go see the show. All the businesses and restaurants around us get impacted, and they say that they had 10% increase in revenues on the days that we were open. So the historic library is a great, great, inspiring space, one of the most beautiful buildings in Redondo Beach. And site-specific installation are installation that are inspired by the space, by the location, by the architecture. And what Redondo Beach has to offer is this great building, the beautiful Veterans Park, the Esplanade, the Pier, Riviera Village, the Galleria. And I think it will be a great time to have it during Labor Day when people have time to go and see the exhibition. We are operating thanks to donations from local businesses and regular people, and thanks to an army of dedicated volunteers. And lastly, because I know it's late and we're very appreciative on putting us a little ahead, we are free in every aspect you look at it. We are free for the artists that are submitting. There's no entrance fee, which many exhibitions have. We are free to our guests who are coming to see the art. There is opening reception. It's free for everyone. The beautiful catalog we produce is free to take home. This is a gift from Friends of Redondo Beach Arts to the community. So we have great patience for the location, and Susan and I thank you for having us tonight. And if you have any questions, we're here to answer them. Elizabeth?
Perfect. And just to reiterate what Mayor Brand brought up, the FRBA proposes to pay for all utilities, all installation and program expenses, indemnification, release of liability, insurance, but most importantly, they are providing an art exhibition free of charge to the public. And just in case it wasn't mentioned earlier, they are proposing to have access to the library for a 1 month period, August 22nd to September 22nd, and that includes load in and load out. Open for 3 weekends, and then periodic access for walkthroughs with their design teams, sometimes during the spring, probably March and April. And so staff is recommending that the request be granted and that staff be directed to begin putting together a license agreement.
Okay. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Nina. And Susan, Councilmember Obaji.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lappin and Ms. Ladin. I think this is awesome. I thank you for doing all these art exhibits. Sorry you had to pause for 2 years, and I'd make a motion to approve the request from the Friends of Redondo Beach Arts for use of the Historic Library and Veterans Park for the September 1/1/2022 art exhibition.
Second, third.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilmember Obaji, seconded by Councilmember Horvath. Is there any public comment?
No public comments, Mayor, for this item.
Okay, great. Thank you, Nina. All the work you've done over the years is just fantastic. And, you know, it's costing you guys money to put this on. A lot of people don't realize that. So contribute to FRBA, folks. You're a 501c3, yeah, Nina?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, there you go. So they take donations. And what's your website?
It's www.Friends of Redondo Beach Arts. California 101 has its own Facebook page and Instagram. But we are operated through Friends of Redondo Beach Arts, and all the volunteers they provide us.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, thanks, Nina. Thank you, Susan. Another roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
I was just going to say before, I want to thank you for coming down to the old library. It needs some love, needs some guests there, some I don't want to say homeowners, but some people live in there. So I appreciate you guys using it. The window needs a little bit of work there recently, but it's a fantastic view there. And I just walked through the other day with a gentleman named Orhan Taylor. He's on the preservation Tanner, and he has a preservation committee, I think it is, and he's got some great ideas. So I'll make sure to get you guys hooked up and maybe get some ideas flowing there, because it's a very special building, and I can't wait to see some art there. So thank you guys very much for putting this on. I really appreciate it, and all the hard work and due diligence and volunteering. And with that said, aye.
Sorry, Nils, I didn't see your hand up. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Nina, I've been to all those shows and they're fantastic. So I'm really glad and excited that you're back, and look forward to seeing all our friends again. So yes, aye.
Great. I remember I used to go to that when it was actually a library. My mom used to drop me off there and did a lot of staring out the window, as I recall, the ocean. Anyway, thanks you guys, and looking forward to it.
Thank you so much.
It all happens as planned. Let us know how we can help.
We will. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is, back to our agenda, in-one discussion and possible action regarding the fiscal year 2021 mid-year budget report. Jennifer Paul.
Yes, Mayor, I think I'll kick this off. We're going to share Jennifer's screen here and have a little combined PowerPoint. It'll be a bit of a tag team effort between myself, Jennifer, and Ted Simon, who will be filling in on the capital project side. We will do our best to be brief. I know we're a little worn, but Jennifer, if you would please share your screen.
Can you see that?
Yep. Okay, next slide, please. All right. So what we typically do this time of year is provide you a review of our projected revenues and current expenditure trending. We'll go through that briefly today, mostly focusing on the revenue side of that. We'll talk about our proposed decision packages. There are 29 of them in total. We'll give you a bit of a summary as to how our internal service fund updates are looking this year. Typically, this time of year, the general fund is tasked or hit with additional appropriation requests and requirements to cover increasing internal service fund cost. I'm happy to report this year, for the first time in many years that I can recall, from a general fund standpoint, it's actually a decrease in costs, which is helpful and accretive to our total budget. And then lastly, after all is said and done, with the decision packages, the internal service fund requests, and the adjustments to revenues and expenditures, we are forecasting, which is very positive, $13.8 million general fund surplus. Now, we'll explain why that is a very big number, and that's quite unusual for us this time of year, but there are very good reasons for that, and they are fortunate reasons. So next slide, please, Jennifer. And this part of it, I will let Jennifer cover, and this is really a summary of our changes in forecasted high-level revenues. Jennifer.
Thanks, Mike. So this just walks through where our adopted revenues were and then our adjusted mid-year revenues. So our fiscal 21 to 22 adopted revenues were based on actuals from the prior year. And then we have mid-year adjusted revenues that we expect as projections through the end of this fiscal year. And then we have the dollar variance and the percent increase. So as you can see, starting at the top with property tax, that went up just 0.1%. So that's pretty close to budget. Sales and use tax went up by 6.4%. And I do have details on that. So our restaurants and hotels went up about 12.9% over projected. General consumer goods are about 11%. Fuel and service stations, 22.1%. State and county pools, 5.3%. Autos and transportations, 4.6%. Building construction, 4.5%. Business and industry, 3.7%. So we definitely saw a nice increase there. Utility users tax went up by about 4.8%. And this was based on actuals from, this is actually a treasurer's report based, revenue management report based on UUT revenue by industry type. And then the property transfer tax was based on actuals from spread out July of 2019 through December of 2021. And then we projected out through the end of the year, assuming February through June was the same as just projecting it equal to last year, just to be on the conservative side, and it's still coming out a little bit on top. Transient occupancy tax, we projected this out based on actuals so far, and then again, what we had last year, just to be a little bit on the conservative side. And then other taxes are all here. So all up until that point, it's good news. And then the rents and percentages went down just a little bit here. And then recreation users pay because some programs didn't happen. And then and rents and percentages, as we talked about the old library just recently, the old library had closed. So we had a little bit lower than projected there. And then overhead was just slightly lower. And then other general fund revenue together was about a 4% increase. Any questions on that before I go to the next slide?
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. All in all, you're looking at about $2.8 million of increased forecasted revenue, which is very positive. And as Jennifer said, we're trying to be fairly conservative on the transient occupancy tax side. We feel very good about the sales and use tax revised projections. UUT, a little bit of a surprise. That's been on a slightly downward trend for quite some time. So the fact that that's actually trending slightly upwards this fiscal year is positive. We are capturing potentially some additional revenue there that we haven't in the past. But what I would say about transient occupancy tax in particular is pre-pandemic highs for us are about $9 million a year. So this is still a significantly depressed revenue source for us. And the real reason that we're not seeing strong trending towards full pandemic recovery is because 3 of the $9 million are accrued through our Marine Avenue hotel properties. And those right now, while they are now positive again and earning revenue, are responsible to repay the authority-funded reserve set-aside account that was drawn down during the pandemic due to the emergency situation. So we won't see revenue accrue to our actual general fund coffers until that authority-funded reserve account, which is $3 million, is fully repaid, and then we will start to see TOT tick up from that site. We don't anticipate that happening until the end of next fiscal year. So when we look at forecasted revenues for the 2022-23 fiscal year, our transient occupancy tax figures on a structural basis will still be probably in that $5.5 to $6 million range rather than that $9 million range we used to achieve. So just something to note there. So next slide, please, Jennifer. So mid-year decision packages. This is, there's a lot here, a lot to digest. Thank you for your patience as I try to just hit the highlights here. Really, the top 2 decision packages speak to why we're seeing this significant surplus at the end of the fiscal year. One, we're receiving another deposit from the American Reinvestment Act, really the ARPA fund that was there to help general municipalities recover from the pandemic. We received the last payment in August of this fiscal year. When we adopted the budget, we estimated that we would receive the second deposit in the next fiscal year, meaning 22-23. The federal government is now telling us we're likely to receive it in May or June. So that is now accruing as a new revenue to the budget this fiscal year. That means an additional $3.4 million. And then the second, and obviously the biggest line item here, is residual bond proceeds of almost $9 million. You'll recall when we floated the bond, we made an initial payment to PERS for our known unfunded accrued liability at the time of issuance, and we set some money aside conservatively to pay for what was an expected supplemental unfunded accrued liability payment in the fall. When that payment came to us from PERS, that actual expense was far less than what was estimated at the time, which therefore left additional residual bond proceeds that allow us now to reduce the cost that we had set aside for our first bond payment this fiscal year. In a sense, it means we have another $8.7 million of bond proceeds to do what we will with on a general fund discretionary basis. Those two are the primary reasons we're dealing with this very large surplus. On the expenditure side, we're recommending some additional money to cover attorney's fees for the fiscal year. We're also recommending some money, both short-term and ongoing, for what will be maintenance and operation repairs for our pallet shelter program. This year's cost is about $21,000. We need additional money and human resources to address COVID response requirements, both on the testing basis as well as masks. We were obligated to provide them over the course of the fiscal year. We anticipated some of that when we started the year. This $8,000 will put us over the hump to make sure we're fully covered for the full fiscal year balance. An item that's important, I think, now is money to be set aside for us to perform a targeted class and compensation review. This $40,000 would, we think, based on preliminary estimates, allow us to study 20 to 25 benchmark positions in the city and allow us to evaluate how our salary and benefit structures compare to market. You'll hear this theme a little bit tonight. We are struggling, you've heard me say it before, in certain departments, recruiting and retaining entry-level positions, particularly in the areas of park services and building maintenance. We feel it's time for us to study how our salary stacks up against others, and this is the way to do it, and it's a good time for us and a good use of one-time funds. We also need some additional money to cover banking fees. We are evaluating ways to perhaps eliminate these costs structurally, negotiate new agreements, deal with different banks. We're hoping to have that come to a conclusion by the end of this fiscal year. And there's a chance we'll be able to revise this expenditure downward as part of the budget in May. But for now, we're anticipating this as an ongoing expense until we address the contractual relationship with our different merchants and the way our banks ultimately pass through cost to us. GASB 87 compliance, yet another mandate from our Governmental Accounting Standards Board recommendations. This has to do with how we, I believe, account for leasing in our budget, in our accounting. There's a $50,000 one-time expense for us to bring a consultant in and manage that accounting structure, and then a $20,000 ongoing expense to provide the annual reporting. This is, as I said, a new mandate. We're also recommending in the area of payroll an adjustment, a reorganization of staffing. We have one full-time payroll technician and a part-timer. We need to upgrade the part-timer to an additional full-time staff member to basically keep up with current payroll obligations. We have new requirements based on recent case law regarding FLSA standards and other things for timekeeping and accounting. And this additional position will help, I think, offset some of the burdens that have been placed on operating departments in trying to organize and manage payroll. As I said, we would be converting the part-timer to a full-timer, and it comes with an expense, both short-term and long-term. Another area where we're seeing increased workload, and given the transition in the police chief position, we think it's important to reclassify an existing administrative analyst position to a senior management analyst position. We've added workload to that function, and we think this is an appropriate classification given that current workload requirement. We're also seeking some additional one-time funds to continue our crossing guard program. We've expanded contract or standby staff for crossing guard activities. This one-time tranche will allow us to continue that program for the balance of the fiscal year. We'll need to evaluate how we want to proceed with that program on a forward-going basis, but we like what we've seen thus far, and this would allow us to complete that effort for the remainder of the school year. There's additional resources needing to help us with police department backgrounding services. We've historically utilized in-house personnel or part-time personnel to provide the backgrounding. We've recently supplemented that with some contract consultants. This would expand that program and help us keep the coffers full as it relates to new hires and recruitment. The police department also had, much like citywide on the miscellaneous side, some additional COVID testing expenses this year. An additional $25,000 is needed to cover those costs. Again, hopefully just one time and not things we'll need to do into the future. Traffic detail overtime, money's been requested to pay for additional overtime to cover additional traffic response and oversight and cover enhanced traffic detail. Keith can speak to some of the focus there if there are specific questions on that. The fire department was mandated both at the state level and then more acutely by LA County to provide very robust and proactive COVID testing for fire department operations this year. This $200,000 adjustment would really cover all of those expenses, not just going forward through the balance of the fiscal year, but what we've already accrued up until this point. So again, hopefully a one-time expense, not one that we're going to have to permanentize, but something we definitely need to balance the budget this year in that area. A no-cost item is expedited building plan check. We do not need money as a net increase, but we do need to appropriate $120,000 on the expenditure and revenue side to cover the different permits that have been requested through this program. It's been a successful program. This would make sure that the budget matches its projected utilization. Then an exciting number here, $15,000 for what we soon, I hope, have in hand, license for use of the Redondo Street property there along Redondo, just west of Pacific Coast Highway. This $15,000 one-time expense would cover the full 5-year license fee. And then item 18, well, we spent quite a bit of time on it in the earlier section of the agenda, increased energy costs. There have been repeated, as you all heard, repeated increases to the utility rates over the last year and a half. This $185,000 is really the impact to the city's operations, both on building facility side and our street landscape and lighting assessment district. 85,000 of that 185 would actually be appropriated, and it increased the general fund subsidy to the street landscape and the lighting assessment district. $18,000 is requested to help us, and this goes to that issue with recruitment and retention of key public works positions. We're requesting that 3 maintenance worker 1 positions be reclassified to park caretaker, a park caretaker position, which is effectively a higher paid position, higher level of professionalism in the park services division. It comes with an ongoing expense, an annualized expense of $18,000 a year. The reason we're asking for it mid-year, though, is it allows us to effectively advertise for that position at that level and bring those folks on board and start that process now rather than waiting until July 1 as an annual activity as part of the adopted 22-23 budget. And then $300,000 we're requesting on a one-time basis to create a recruitment and retention program for key public works department personnel. The idea being that we would meet and confer with the Teamsters and other appropriate associations and determine what would make sense to create a kind of sign-on bonus and then perhaps a retention bonus that would help, I think, incentivize higher quality candidates to come work for us in our key entry-level positions in public works. We are struggling right now recruiting really quality talent at those entry-level areas. And then under item 21, $416,000 to reprime your traffic calming improvement project account. You all know we've been spending that money down. There are several planned efforts that have been approved, residential community-based projects that would be supported by this. It's laid out in the decision package. We're recommending that that money be appropriated to that account now so we can get those projects moving. And then lastly, and these are the general fund decision packages. Lastly, we have money requested to purchase and install 3 additional pallet shelters that would ultimately help our broader program there. All told, it's about $10.5 million of net revenue to the general fund. There's approximately $1.5 million of expenses in this mix that are added to the other additional increases that we mentioned from the one-time fund. So next slide, please, Jennifer. We also have a handful of other fund mid-year decision packages. 4th of July fireworks, that's the $60,000 that's needed to pay for both the fireworks show and the barge. We're requesting $100,000 out of the Tidelands to bring on a contractor to help expedite the installation of the new pier light poles that have been purchased. We think this will actually bring about the improvements down there more quickly. Under the new trash and solid waste requirements of the law, we need to purchase a forklift and customized rotator for the pier unit of the Public Works Department to move different bins around that have to do with organic waste. We need that piece of equipment in the repertoire under the current requirements. Then there's the typical solid waste fund adjustment, which is just a pass-through revenue and expenditure. And then there's a little additional money needed to purchase 5 vehicles that were slated for replacement this fiscal year due to supply chain issues. A lot of the vehicles that were identified this fiscal year have gone up in price because of the demand and because of the difficulty in the vendors providing the vehicles themselves. And then lastly, in the area of affordable housing, we need additional money to cover some increased software costs. This is a restricted source of funds that are available only to the Housing Authority, and then another $100,000 to help with our inclusionary affordable housing program, particularly to support increased consulting costs with Kaiser Marsden, Kathy, who you all know that we work with to deal with some of our stickier housing monitoring issues. So all told, on the other fund side, we have about $350,000 of decision package requests. So I'll answer any questions on these items when we're done with the presentation, but maybe next slide, Jennifer. And I think you're going to cover this one, which really just lays out how we get to the $13.8 million.
Certainly. So we had a starting fund balance of negative $66,000. And so that is in attachment 1. It just shows our adopted revenues, appropriations, transfers, and out. And then the adjustments to revenue are that $2.8 million that we came in, that we're projecting to come in over budget. So that's a positive number here. And then the ISF is the internal service fund adjustments to appropriation that Mike had mentioned. The $570,000 is a net positive number. So our appropriations ended up being less than what we had projected. So that's also added to that starting fund balance. And then our decision packages that Mike just went through, the revenue minus the expense, again, this is an additional $10.4 million. And so our revised estimated ending fund balance is a $13.8 million positive number.
Okay, and now Ted is going to speak to what should be an abridged presentation on status of capital. I know you've heard some of those presentations from us here recently, but I will just note two things here, and you see it at the bottom of this slide. We currently have 109 projects, $65 million in our approved capital plan. We are at max capacity. We've all talked about this. I think you're acutely aware of that reality. So I mentioned that just as a word of caution. We're recommending that the $13.8 million surplus funding be tabled for utilization and programming until the annual adopted budget process. Normally, we might come at you with recommendations for capital supplement or other things. We have so much on our plate right now. It doesn't make a lot of sense for us to really season the capital plan with much else unless we're really talking about high-level, large-scale projects that we can all coalesce around. And we'll talk about that a little bit at the back end of this presentation. So just please, recognize we are really at capacity on the capital planning side. Ted's going to give you a status report, but he's also going to talk, and this was part of our strategic plan, about two things. One, the status of our bicycle implementation program, the different bike improvements that are currently in the plan, and what our status of the overarching plan execution is. And then we're also going to talk about potential bond proceed uses. This was a strategic planning item. And what I want to make clear to the council is if we're going to think about bonding, because bond rates, particularly for taxable bonds or tax exempt bonds, are quite still favorable from a historic market standpoint. It really starts with how are we going to spend that money before it starts with borrowing that money. We need to really get our arms around uses before I think we tackle sources. So Ted's going to cover a couple of those options on an order of magnitude basis as well. So Ted, please proceed. Jennifer, next slide.
Great. Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Jennifer. And not to go back to the prior slide, I do want to add to what Mike was saying. That 109 projects, we have 54 of them that are in active motion and one stage, whether that be in the preliminary engineering side and or in the construction phase. So yes, our staff of 7 staff members at the Engineering Services Division do have a significant workload that they're working through. These are just a very high-level highlight of some of the projects that have been completed in this past period of time. The slurry seal project, it's almost $1 million. We just completed that a month and a half ago, or a couple of months ago. The City Council chambers, we've talked about that. That is a multi-million-dollar improvement and upgrade to not only seating, carpeting, but ADA compliance, bringing that up to current ADA standards, as well as all the IT improvements that have been put into the system there. The electrical vehicle charging stations, we talked about the charge rates earlier today, but that is essentially 16 nozzles that are now available for the public to charge. Actually 15, because one of them is on a city parking lot that is not allowed for the public. The Morale House, that was something that we needed to do, that was completed in the last period, as well as the traffic calming. Traffic calming is, we're going to talk about that as a decision package item if necessary. But, we continue with the implementation. The last implementation was the Armor Lane, Ralston, and Fisk Lane speed cushions. Next slide, please. And then current and active projects, and again, this is a small portion of them. The Transit Center, our largest project per se, it is almost a $17 million project. It is in construction. There have been significant issues that we've been facing as part of this construction because of the way that the plans were set, having to deal with new designers, new consultants that are addressing a lot of the issues that have come around. But that's a project that is in very strong progressive construction. We anticipate that to be completed by May, early June for completion. Inglewood and Manhattan Beach Boulevard intersection improvements. That's that southbound right turn lane and rechannelization through the intersection to improve the operational efficiency. That's in motion. The council approved the plans and specs and awarded the construction contract a few months ago. We issued the notice to proceed for the contractor to order materials. As you recall, signal equipment is on a 4 to 6 month lead time. We believe that that is ready to come in, and they should be mobilizing on the site in April to move that forward. For the pier improvements, there are several improvements that are occurring at the pier, whether they be related to the restrooms, which are now in construction on the Mondstadt Pier. We talked more significantly about the pier railing replacement, and Mike just mentioned the decision package that we're asking for monies to help us with the installation of the streetlights that are on the pier. So there's significant improvements occurring there. The Pad 10 and Perry Park skate park installations, for your direction, yesterday, as a matter of fact, there was a Harbor Commission meeting to talk about the CUP, or the conditional use permit, for the installation of the skate park. We believe all that went well. There is an art element that is going to be deferred and will be discussed later. That has been approved by the Harbor Commission, and unless that's appealed to the Coastal Commission, we may be coming back to you just to show you the renderings of what the Harbor Commission approved, so we can move into the fabrication and construction side. At Perry Park, that didn't require such a entitlement, and that is in fabrication and should be coming online by mid-March as far as the installation. Manhattan Beach Boulevard resurfacing, Torrance Boulevard resurfacing are both in design. They're at various stages of design. Manhattan Beach is trailing a little bit. Torrance Boulevard, we expect to bring you the plans and specs for that in March for approval and solicitation of bids. Dominguez Park, there are a couple of major components there. I won't go into that too deep. There are the playground improvements as well as the dog park fencing improvements. Both are in significant motion, and under the strategic plan priorities and goals, we will be bringing you back a more detailed item to talk about progress and status of improvements at Dominguez Park. Next slide, please. On the bicycle transportation implementation side, we've had significant discussions about what have we done and where are we in what stages. At the last conversation, when we were looking at a funding agreement amendment, we talked a little bit. This is in line with what Mike mentioned as a goal, one of your strategic priorities. Where are we and what are we doing with our bicycle master plan? You know, Burl Street, the bike lanes, essentially there were two projects that are on that list. One was implemented through staff for the segment that's between Prospect and Catalina. The other segment that's still the gap closure basically is between Prospect and Flagler Lane. That is a component of the resurfacing and other improvements of Burl Street. That is out to bid, and that we expect the bid opening actually is tomorrow. We're hoping for favorable bids, and then we'll hopefully bring that back to you after we've gone through our bid analysis. But that will be implemented, and it will actually complete the Burl Street bike facility improvements as proposed. Torrance Boulevard, it's a street that we were able to implement the Class 2 bike improvements with a single line just because of the existing channelization that was there. But as part of the current design, we are modifying lane alignment, and we will be able to implement the double line Class 2 facility. And that'll take us from essentially the east city limit all the way to Catalina, with the exception of a portion between Francisca and PCH, where that will have to be a Class 3 facility because of the dedicated right turn lane and other elements that are there. The North Redondo Beach bike path extension, that is in motion. We received outside grant monies to do that design. That'll take it from Felton to Inglewood. It is currently with Southern California Edison, whom we have a license to use that space so that they can give us their comments on the plans. And once we receive those, we'll be making the modifications to proceed and bring that forward, and then get their approval for the actual construction phase of the project. Inglewood Avenue, I put it here because a significant portion of Inglewood doesn't offer us the ability to implement a Class 2 facility. But as it connects to the North Redondo Beach bike path, we actually have right-of-way from the Edison right-of-way all the way down to Ripley. That is offering us the ability to contemplate or actually to design a Class 2 facility for connectivity. So that section of Inglewood Avenue from the North Redondo Beach bike path to Ripley will make a connection at Grant, where we actually have Class 2 bike facilities, and it'll make a connection to the next bullet point, which is the Ripley Redondo Beach Boulevard bike implementation. That the Ripley and Redondo Beach bike implementation, we have received grant monies for that as a component of a project that is a multi-agency. It's for the city of Redondo Beach, the city of Torrance, and Los Angeles County. LA County is doing the PA&ED, which is the project development and the environmental document for the project at this phase. But this will allow us to implement a Class 2 bike facility along Ripley, pretty much from Flagler all the way to Inglewood, again, making that connectivity there, but also on Manhattan, on Redondo Beach Boulevard from Hawthorne out to the east city limits. Manhattan Beach Boulevard, which we talked about, is in design at this point, per the council's direction. Part of that design includes Class 2 bike facilities, for the most part, all the way from Inglewood to Aviation. So that is in motion. Kingsdale Avenue, I placed here for a couple of reasons. A couple of city council meetings ago in January, the council approved a design contract to start the design process of what we call the phase 3 improvements for the transit center area, which is the resurfacing of Kingsdale Avenue. Kingsdale is also one of our bike master plan facilities. Both facilities will have the ability to implement a Class 2 dedicated bike lanes between 182nd and Grant, and then we'll probably implement only a Class 3 facility from Grant to Artesia. But essentially, as a terminus, it is also a location that terminates, and is the attraction there would be the Galleria for a good terminus or good connection for that bike facility. The bicycle transportation plan implementation, I specifically put Class 2 bike lanes here to talk about the highlighted projects that will get to Class 2. Lilienthal, we talked about as a connector. It will be connecting Ripley on the north end down to basically Fisk Lane or the Lilienthal Park, which then also connects down to Anza Avenue in the city of Torrance. Again, gap closure connectivity. It'll get that work through. We are and will be working with the school district on the potential improvements for that short segment of Ripley, of Lilienthal, just south of Ripley, where we have the road constriction, where we have the wooden posts that are out there. And if we're successful, we'll be able to implement a Class 2 facility all the way up to Ripley. If not, at this point, we'll be looking at that Class 3. And the projects that are bulleted underneath it are all part of the grant funding that you approved the amendment to at the last city council meeting. Those design plans are pretty close to actually submitting to Caltrans for their E76, because it is money that has to be funneled through Caltrans for implementation. And I say that on the Class 2 because there were other bike facility improvements as part of that grant that will actually allow us to put in Class 3 facilities at many other locations in the city. And I didn't necessarily post them here, but that grant funding will actually allow us to do that as well. This may be a good pause to see if there's any questions on either the bike implementation or any other components before I jump into the bond slides.
Well, Ted, I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about the bicycle implementation plan. Sure. I don't think Jim Hannon's on tonight, but did you total up the total amount of funding that all these equal?
I can tell you that the bike transportation plan is almost $2 million. Burl Street is independent in Torrance. The North Redondo Beach bike path, we've received $1 million from Metro for the implementation of the bike plan there. Inglewood is ours. Ripley and Redondo Beach.
I mean, you don't have to break it out now, but just how much total we're spending, whether grant or our actual monies, would be good. I get, you don't know it right now.
I wouldn't be surprised, Mayor, if when we do that tabulation, we're in the $5+ million range. I mean,
that would be a good figure to advertise.
It's a lot of It's a lot of resources. And that's why we wanted to spend a little time talking about it. That's why you had it as a strategic plan objective, is that there are serious efforts and time and energy spent implementing bicycle plan improvements. And we're excited about these projects. A lot of them are trailing and are part and parcel to other street reconstruction efforts, Beryl Street, Torrance Boulevard, et cetera, being examples of that, Manhattan Beach Boulevard. So they're on their way. And we are working towards implementing as much of the plan as we can feasibly.
So, and Mayor, if I can just add, rather than a monetary value that, again, Mike said 4 to 5 million, I think he's probably in that correct ballpark. We would be implementing 77% of the bike master plan once these projects are completed. So these are in motion, and we will have a significant percentage of that South Bay Bike Master Plan implemented for the city of Redondo Beach.
When would you say by when, Ted?
By when? By the implementation of these projects?
Yeah.
The bike,
roughly. I mean, I'm sure you can't say for sure.
The only one I can say is the biggest variable is the Caltrans review. That's the bike transportation plan. That could be anywhere from 3 months for them to approve us to approve the plans and specs. Could be a couple of years if it's Caltrans. Kingsdale is going to be trailing the transit center, so I would say that's a couple of years. Torrance, Burl, North Redondo Beach Bike Path Extension, I would say within the next couple of years, you'd see a significant portion of these actually implemented.
So is it fair to say that we will likely implement 70% of our bicycle master plan in the next 3 years?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. At a cost of $5 million, roughly?
Yeah, 4 to 5 million. Yeah, that's quite possible.
Thank you. Should have had that for Jim Hannon last time. And I hate to cut this short, but it's 10:15 and we got some other items on. So yeah.
So maybe the next slide, Ted, maybe I'll take these last two just to kind of hustle along a little bit.
All right.
Really the focus of this, Mayor and Council, is to just get us thinking. And I thank you, Ted and Andy, for preparing some of these high-level estimates. There's been talk about whether or not we want to go out and bond for some additional resources. We think it's a good idea when we decide how we want to spend those resources. There's a budget response report that talks about on an order of magnitude basis for roughly every $10 million we borrow in bond proceeds, it would cost us about $500,000 in annual debt service for the next 30 years. So, if we wanted a $50 million bond, it would run us about $2.5 million a year in costs. So just to give you some perspective, but really what I think we want to impart is that we need to identify these large projects that we want to focus on executing. To give you a sense of cost, our police facilities need renovation. We could easily spend $20 million renovating those spaces. A lot of times I get a question, well, when are we going to build the new police facility? I honestly don't think we ever will. I think we're far better served to focus our resources on renovating the spaces that we have, bringing them up to contemporary use and functionality, and reinvesting in our existing facilities. Same goes for our fire stations. We could spend millions there. We think a reasonable estimate to bring both fire stations 1 and 2 up to contemporary functionality would be about $10 million. The police department's shooting range, we know that's an antiquated facility. We've identified, we have money for design of that, but we've identified modular structures that would help us reduce costs. That's a $3 to $4 million expense. City Hall improvements, much like the police and fire stations, $5 to $10 million for us to renovate our Civic Center campus and City Hall itself. We have been trying to do it wing by wing, office by office. As an office vacates, we renovate it, and then we move on to the next one. Public Works yards, $4 to $7 million to update the corporation yard and the parks maintenance yard. We've talked about deferred streets. We have $20+ million of outstanding deferred street maintenance. You could also borrow and spend money executing and repairing every street within the city within 10 years. This comes from our pavement management study at a tune of about $65 million. There's money potentially that could be spent on stormwater maintenance. Avenue F has an outfall improvement. It's not something we've talked about. There's a construction estimate of roughly $3 million to replace that facility. That's a massive eyesore on the beach and something that could be improved. Jennifer, next slide, please. The waterfront, pier parking structures. We've got, based on current estimates, about $20 million of rehabilitation that would be needed in those facilities. Separate and apart from rehabilitating the concrete over time would be roughly $2 million that we could implement for just parking safety and technology upgrades, bringing in CCTV cameras, bringing in new lighting, bringing in new space counters. All of that requires fiber upgrades and new fixtures and equipment. Basin 3 seawall and international boardwalk replacement. We've identified that as a priority project. That's a $10 to $12 million lift. Other Basin 3 improvements, whether it be our dock systems, our slips, gangways, et cetera, that's estimated to be about $13 million, and growing based on current costs. Sport fishing pier replacement, the last estimate for that back in 2018 was $4 to $6 million. Seaside Lagoon, we've already identified that as a priority project. That's $25 to $30 million. We've got about $11 million of that funded currently. And then there's been talk about potentially acquiring an area for public parking along Artesia. And there's been talk about building a parking structure in Riviera Village. Both of those assets could potentially generate revenue that would offset debt service expenses for a bond issuance. The Riviera Village structure, when we last had it studied, was $15 to $26 million, depending on scale. Artesia Boulevard parking spaces, we estimate to run somewhere in the neighborhood of $50,000 per space when you factor in structure costs and land acquisition. So again, next slide, please, Jennifer. Really meant to just give you a sense of order of magnitude for those potential facilities. If we're serious about wanting to bond and get some of these things done, our focus, I think, is first to identify which of those, and I mean a handful, do we really want to focus on. And I think when you all coalesce around that, we can specifically identify funding sources and then move towards execution. We can't do all of those things at once. We can't advance each of those projects and expect any meaningful outcome unless we really target our energy. As I said earlier, we've got over 100 projects in the capital plan, and only a couple of those that I just mentioned are currently in some form of production. So we can talk more about that with questions. I know it's getting late. Really, our recommendation tonight is receive and file the report, discuss the decision packages, and if you're so inclined, approve those decision packages. And as I said earlier, table the $13.8 million surplus discussion for our regular budgeting process that will be back to you in May and June. After we've had more public feedback, we're starting on a bit of a community outreach effort beginning in early April, and we're going to be dialoguing with the public. And I think that's a better time to really think about how to appropriate those funds and allocate them towards priority projects. So we're here if you have questions. We know it's late. We'll do our best to answer them.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Can you stop sharing? There you go. I'll just make a couple comments real quick so we get going. First, I read the letter from the employees associations and really appreciate that and everything you guys do. Yeah, I heard your request 5%. I think that's something they should be considered more at a budget time. I think we're going to do this at mid-year budget isn't necessarily going to happen. But we hear you loud and clear. We got three decision packages which you guys support, and yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on things. We want to remain a good place to work. We want to remain competitive, and yeah, the market's changing, and as a result of the study, or that's the point of our decision package 9. And beefing up public works right away. So yeah, we hear you loud and clear. In some cases, we're already moving, not fast enough for you, but I just want to acknowledge it and thank you for putting that letter together. The $100,000 for the inclusionary zoning ordinance. What is that $100,000 going towards?
Not an inclusionary zoning ordinance, Mayor. That's for us to monitor existing affordable housing agreements like Heritage and other places. We're on those consulting services to help us do that. Oftentimes we get requests to update the current bond documents or agreements. Sometimes
isn't that part of isn't that what we get from HUD?
Well, this is separate. These are, this would be more of our housing successor agency funds that have been set aside post redevelopment to actually monitor those standalone projects that were approved as affordable.
Is it coming out of our general fund?
No, that's coming out of our housing successor agency fund. So not
okay. That's kind of what I was getting at.
Yeah.
And the I know the Harbor Commission talked about the skate park on the pier. When is that going to be executed?
Ted?
Well, that got approved yesterday, and the only thing that we need to wait for is to make sure that nobody appeals this. But otherwise, we'll bring that item to you, Mayor, in March, and let you opine on what the commission recommended and move this thing forward.
So the second meeting in March? First?
Probably by the 8th, by the 8th of March.
Yeah. When you say appeal, you mean to the Coastal Commission?
To the Coastal Commission, that is appealable to the Coastal Commission, and that would be the only primary holdup if that gets appealed to the commission.
And how long do we wait to see if it gets appealed?
I think I need some assistance from Brandy or Mike, if you know, or Amy, the
30 days?
As soon as we get the resolution signed and submitted to them, I think it's only 10 days. It's not a long wait. And we were actually looking at March 15th, that second regular, or I guess third meeting, depending on the schedule.
So it's design build. So it's already designed and they're ready to build it?
Yeah, we have, we presented two plans. One is the kind of $110,000 plan, which is our budget. And we presented more of a master plan, like what ultimately could be done there. If more money were available, we wanted to present that to the Harbor Commission to get entitlements for the entire project. And then bring that and present that to the council to see if there's interest in doing both of those, the big plan now, or it could always be done at a future date as well. So we'll bring that to you. But meanwhile, we're still moving forward. The stuff we're sure about is already moving forward. So
I thought there was only a project for Pad 10 as well as Perry Park. So I was talking about the status of Pad 10.
Correct. Yeah. We have kind of a master plan for Pad 10. So we have the designer do what could be done with the budget that he's already working with. And then we asked him to embellish that to consider an ultimate build out. So we would only have to go to the Harbor Commission once for entitlements.
The idea being, Mayor, that with additional funding, we could enhance the full scale skate park and make it even more dynamic. So you're going to get a couple of options when you have it in front of you. Sort of the budgeted amount, the 110 that was put into the CIP originally, and then an enhanced option in the event that we identify funds. There's some talk of some additional fundraising money from the Kings that could support the project, so we could actually build an even better skate park at Pad 10. This gives you those choices when we bring it back to you.
If we do it with that bigger plan, that would mean it would take longer.
Take longer to construct, perhaps.
Right,
not a long duration added, just a little more time to construct. It's a little more complex, but the process will be in motion. The building permit process will be in motion. It won't be a long addition.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor. So one issue I have with the bicycle plan implementation that I saw is one would intuitively think that sharing the progress on a bicycle plan would include a map. And so it's very difficult for me as a person who doesn't know the entire city to see the list and really understand, and especially, Inglewood Ave, I don't know what section is actually covered and the like. So I hope that, in response to our strategic plan at some point, we're going to get a presentation that actually has a map as to what's built or what's painted and what's not yet, and what's planned to, but what could use funding. I think that would really help us and me particularly, especially because I had to pull up a thing on class 1, class 2, class 3 since I don't.
Yeah, we could do that for you. We can lay it out.
All right, cool. Otherwise, my other question was in the realm of rents and percentages being down $60,000. I was wondering why that would be in a world where we seem to be pretty leased out and restaurants seem to be doing well.
Yeah,
landlords there.
Yeah, it's specific to one specific facility. So historically, rents and percentages that accrue to the general fund come from just a handful of sites. This would not be our waterfront leasing or things of that nature. This would be things like the Marine Avenue Hotel leases that actually accrue revenue to the general fund, and then rents and percentages for use of our old library building at Veterans Park. There was a time with our prior concessionaire agreement that the $350,000 a year would accrue to that revenue account. We've adjusted that revenue account downward during the pandemic due to closures, but because I believe when we adopted it, there was some anticipation that that number on the aggregate would go up. It's trending underneath that, largely because we plan to be closed at the old library for the full fiscal year.
Got it. I'll just say, as far as the bike plan goes, I'm not so concerned about how many millions of dollars we have spent, how many miles are painted. Frankly, my top priority would be make sure there's a bike path that gets us from North Redondo to the beach safely, hopefully entirely in Redondo Beach. But if we got to go somewhere else, that's fine, as long as it's relatively safe and it's not on aviation or something like that. So that's what I'll be looking to see. But that's it as far as my comments. I'm going to try to pull up y'all's letter, but I would approve the decision packages.
Hey, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Member Rand. First question, the overhead part of the slide, I guess in terms of isn't that an expense, not a revenue source? Seemed like it was designated
overhead in ISF actually accrues in this case to the general fund, sometimes from other enterprise funds. So it's effectively a pass through, but it sometimes can be a credit to the general fund.
Okay, we got it. The banking fees. I realize that, money isn't free. But $170,000 for credit card charges, we need to get a new merchant account. I think we need to even consider doing another go at a bank that will not charge us outrageous fees. $170,000 is a lot of money for 6 months of banking fees. So I hope we look at somebody else that will process credit cards cheaper, that wants our money, because we have a lot of money that we have transferred into the accounts every year. I don't want to be hit with $170,000 fees every 6 months. It's a waste of money. So I hope you guys are on that. Energy costs.
We are, Councilman, and I would add that 170 is actually probably more than 6 months. It's more of an annualized figure. It's not quite annualized. We had some money budgeted going into the fiscal year, I believe $90,000 roughly. This would increase the amount to 260 to cover what we expect to be our annual forecast. But still, completely agree. Too much money. We need to negotiate alternatives.
And that's Bank of America, right?
Yes.
Can't we work with somebody that will give us an ultra low merchant account processing clearinghouse fee in exchange for depositing $80 million every year, or whatever it is that we do? I mean, it's not completely 80 million, but a lot of money. I mean, we're a big account for a lot of people. We should get some serious perks for it. So I'm hoping we can do that. Energy cost, $185,000. Wow. What can I say? It's crazy. Is that just based on the last month or two?
I think it's, Ted, that's based on, I think it's going back to 2021, 22. I don't think we've adjusted our electric bill in large part because during the pandemic, we turned a lot of facilities off. But now that everything's running and operational, we're fully realizing what amounts to, I think in the aggregate, Ted, what is it, 18 or 21%?
20%, yeah, 20%.
And that's really what's driving that figure.
That really maddens me because we went to the street lighting program with Edison, and now we're getting charged another $185,000. This is crazy. It's really insane. We're not the only municipality dealing with this, I guarantee you.
Yep.
So, we need to communicate with our state elected officials on this. That's a lot of extra money. That's not just our bill. It's a lot of extra money.
It is.
So,
That's ongoing. That's not a one time. That's ongoing. And 85 of 185 is directly into the street landscaping lighting assessment district for street light costs. So it's a big number.
wow. Okay. Last thing, Ted, the one thing I didn't see in there, but it's not a huge project, but that right turn lane at Yacht Club Way, where are we with that, puppy? That's got to get done, man.
It is, and I've been buried in my office all day. They should have started on that. They will be starting on that tomorrow. That was the last conversation we had with our contractor. All the equipment is here. They've aligned Econolite to come assist them with the programming. And that's going to be over the course of about 3 to 4 days for them to complete. But that is in motion. They should be starting. Andy, do you have any new updates on that?
Yeah, just the same. This tomorrow, they actually said they think they'll be done in 1 day. So it should be tomorrow.
The next time we meet, hopefully.
Let's give it a little cushion. We'll call it 3 days. All right. So,
we're not meeting for 2 weeks, my friends.
And Councilman, I'll make my way out there tomorrow. I'll snap a picture and text it to you if they're out there.
Okay. Those of us who love to turn right on Yacht Club Way without looking over our shoulders, that'll be great. So
yeah,
thank you. Thanks for the report. Love the $13.8 million. I would agree. Let's keep the powder dry till we figure out. One last thing, and that is, I saw a lot of city facilities in there in terms of the bonds. We support our public safety and everything. Let's if we're going to do this, let's make the line share go to public facing things. Most of the public will not step foot in a police department or fire department facility. I know we have to get them the best, equip them the best, figure something out. But recreational stuff, things that people see and do every weekend, these are important things to people. They see their tax dollars are being spent wisely. Not, and I know there's certain things we need updates for. The city hall is 50, 60, 70 years old. I understand that. Maybe we can figure out ways to do that. But if we're going to spend millions of dollars, I want people to feel like they're getting their dollars worth by living and paying taxes in our city. So I think it's really important that we show people that, whether it's aquatics, Seaside Lagoon's a key, waterfront, whatever it is, Veterans Park Library, other things. My vote would be to go towards things that the public can enjoy, because most people will never step foot in City Hall, honestly. So, but I know we need to do some of the things there. So that's where I'm with. So I'm with keeping powder dry, keeping that 13.8 million until we decide what to do with it.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. So Jennifer, thank you very much for all the work, and I'm glad your name is not Natasha. Still getting flashbacks. Mike, you talked a minute ago about, actually part of the presentation about, COVID funds and extra COVID funds. Are we getting any money from FEMA or the feds for COVID expenses, not including or talking about the Relief Act money that all the cities are getting, the 2 tranches that we're getting?
No, not this fiscal year, I don't believe. I believe last fiscal year we were reimbursed for with some direct kind of disaster relief for FEMA dollars. Not this year, no. This year it was all the ARPA money.
Okay. I see all these decision packages coming through and the money that we're spending. And I mean, to me, at this point in time, we're at the point in time where, we don't have the fire department report back yet. And I've harped on this privately, and it's getting louder and louder now publicly. We've cut our staffing on the ladder truck.
Yep.
And I'm uncomfortable. I'm going to allow, I shouldn't say allow, I'll vote to approve this, but I'm uncomfortable at this point in time because our public safety, we're pushing things aside, and there's a lot of different, ways we're cutting this pie up, but we're putting things aside that we shouldn't be putting aside right now. We've had a lot of fires, a lot of issues, and we got a big fire department to maintain and update. So I would agree, I'd be very judicious about keeping the money in these decision packages low and not putting money away on projects and everything else along the way until we get a better sense of where we're at. But I can just tell you, Mike, honestly, at this point in time, the fire department's going to need a lot of love, and I'm very cautious moving forward about these expenses that you're bringing up right now, even in these decision packages.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, to that point, I mean, that's why the ongoing, there was a temptation, right? You know, we've heard of our need for additional staff resources to get projects done. And when I looked at the structural revenues and expenses, I really said, look, we're only going to be able to fund and recommend funding just the very critical and most, sort of most cost-effective changes to the structural budget that we can. So there's very little in this recommendation that adjusts long-term staffing costs. And in part because of what you said, to me, it makes far more sense for us as a policy decision to contemplate those types of changes as part of the annual budget process. And I think setting the 13.8 aside to give you some flexibility, even if it is short-time funding, to think those through is really why we recommended what we did. So I'm sensitive to that concern, and that's why we were so austere in just recommending very few ongoing changes to the budget right now.
Right. And people see the $13 million number, $14 million number, but that's my majority of one time.
Yep. That is large. It's entirely one time, really.
Yeah. That's what I really, that's something I really want to hark on, because it is just one time. It sounds like a lot, but it's not like this is going to happen every single year. So we got to be careful. Speaking of the being careful portion of it, how did the Budget and Finance Commission, did they review everything? Did they review all the budget, the decision packages? Did they have the time to vet this and go through it?
No, they didn't. I'll let Jennifer speak to their specific feedback, but they were getting all of this really in real time last week for the budget. So they didn't have the traditional opportunity to kind of sift through each of them on a line-by-line basis. They received presentations on them. Ted presented, Jennifer presented, but they didn't have the normal kind of 72 hours to at least experience the packet. The internal service funds were still being prepared over the course of the week. February 15 was really early in the process, and this was, really our outside consultants and Jennifer's first cut at the internal service review. So they got it really Thursday night. They got a presentation on it, but they didn't have a lot of time to digest it. So the letter that you have in your packet today actually asked you to, I think, delay action to give them a chance to look at it more acutely. Ultimately, we're more than happy to do that if that's the will of the council. But no, they got it really in real time last week.
Okay. I'll look at that letter. I talked to someone there and they said they didn't have much time. Okay, that's all I got there for now. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to public comment. Eleanor.
Okay, so we have Eugene Solomon.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yes, to tag along with that, the Budget and Finance meeting, we had sent a letter to the council asking to delay action as there were a lot of large numbers being floated out there without really having the information in hand to make any decisions. There's also a lot of these items that were only just being formulated, as City Manager mentioned, on Thursday night, and still being congealed now, even being presented to you here on Tuesday night, or I should say Friday when the agenda was created. So we'd rather the Budget and Finance Commission letter ask you to hold in abeyance, as the City Manager mentioned, any additional spending. I would highlight two areas. One, Councilmember Lowenstein mentioned it, the $170,000 for credit card charges. That's a full-time position, even in $170,000 that we can have in the city. That's a pretty big hole in the boat, and the bilge pump's broken of money leaking out of our budgets. This also harkens to roles and responsibilities. When we started discussing this, a portion of it at the Budget and Finance meeting, we thought the Finance Director Paul thought it might be a treasurer's item. And then we asked Assistant City Treasurer Nilesh to comment on it. And he was unable to comment. He was unfamiliar with the $170,000 that was leaking out from that particular issue. The Moss Adams report talks about roles and responsibilities. Is this money being delegated? Is this rather responsibilities being delegated to the finance director that should otherwise be being handled by the treasurer's office? Is this money going out and we're only just now starting to notice it? How are we going to get this fixed? What's our timeline? You've talked about a little bit. So highlighting roles and responsibilities need to get cleaned up. And that goes back to your charter review committee. One of the other things I'd ask about is with the attorney fees that are being requested for additional outside counsel. Is any of that the $50,000 that was in the budget response report to potentially hire somebody to conduct campaign finance investigations for the city? So if we're going to add more money for outside counsel, which the city attorney has said that we need in order to do that, well, then let's go ahead and appropriate the $50,000 right then and there as part of this decision package, or ask the city attorney if it's contemplated. Speaking for myself, rather than referencing the meeting from the Budget and Finance, we've come into $8.5, almost $9 million from our bond proceeds. Let's not go crazy. Spend like the proverbial drunken sailors. Let's be very cautious with that money. Let's try and earmark it for some significant infrastructure projects that you talked about tonight. Ted Simon talked about.
Motion to extend.
I beg your pardon, was that my time?
Motion to extend.
Second.
There's a second. Okay.
Second.
Any objection to extending? If you could wrap it up, Eugene, that'd be great.
I'll wrap it up. So I think that some of that money you ought to talk about maybe holding in abeyance as you have for many of these projects and many of these decision packages until they can be formed a little bit more and discussed amongst the staff and the council members as the department heads a little bit more. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay, so we have an e-comment. Go ahead, Vicki.
The e-comment is submitted by Roger Carlson. Waterfront and Economic Development Department is now staffed by one person rather than three, hopefully temporarily at an extraordinary busy time. We have the Beach Life Festival approaching and the amenities study approaching final public comment, as well as ongoing work throughout the city. With less staff, the department will underrun budget. Please consider using this surplus to help the department with part-time staffing. That concludes comment.
Okay, so I have one more on Zoom. Lena Portales.
Yes, hi, thank you. This is Lena Portalesi. I'm the president of RBPSA. I'll be brief. On behalf of the 3 miscellaneous bargaining units, we'd just like to extend our gratitude to the city manager for his recognition of the hiring challenges, and to thank you, Mayor and Council, for considering our blue folder letter. We do want to reaffirm our support of decision packages 6, 19, and 20, which aim to address issues with recruitment and retention of employees. Many years of limited salary increases for the miscellaneous bargaining groups, which haven't been in line with CPI, has resulted in positions that are no longer competitive in that in the current labor market. So we do want to reiterate that a broader and more immediate strategy is also needed to address the hiring challenges across the miscellaneous positions beyond just the decision packages. And we would appreciate a consideration for allocation of funds for a unilateral base salary increase across all the miscellaneous groups of at least 5% to be considered with the annual budget process for fiscal year 22-23. Again, we thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, that concludes our public comment, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. Thank you to the speakers. I don't see any hands up. Anybody get a motion?
Mayor, I just want if council can include receive and file the budget response reports. I inadvertently left that out for the blue folder. Thank you.
Okay, can we have a motion to receive and file the budget response reports?
Motion to receive and file the budget response reports.
Second.
Okay, There's a motion by Councilmember Bajes, second by Councilmember Horvath. Any objections? Okay, Councilmember MD.
I do think this would be a good time to put back into the budget things that we really decided not to do the last time. And one of the things that we kind of promised a lot of people at budget was that we were going to look towards pickleball. And so it's going through the Park and Recs right now. I think we should set aside some money and make sure it gets put into that capital improvement funds and put in the $600,000. If we don't use it all, we'll still have to decide what to do on that, but we should put it in there. The second thing is I think that traffic calming is way too low. I think that's just an estimate for just design. And some of those projects, we have been talking about them since 2017. So I think we need to up that budget on the traffic calming, because I think that's a major concern of this council. And I think we need to make sure that that gets put in there. In addition to, there is, in some of those projects, there are some opportunities to connect bike lanes to different places. And I think we could incorporate that in there. So I would like to see us increase that traffic calming by at least 200,000. Again, if you don't use it, you don't need it right away. It's only until we get budget, we can have it firmed up, but we have it set aside for that. And that's really all. The rest of it, I agree, we should leave it on there for the regular budget. That's how I would approach that. I don't know if you want a motion now, but I see lots of hands. So
yeah, let's see what the comments are. Councilmember Obaji.
I read the letter from the collective bargaining units, and I'd favor approving decision packages 6, 19, and 20. Even without the letter, but just because we know our public works department's bleeding, we rely on them every day. We need to fix that situation ASAP. So I'd favor that. Other than that, I'll defer to all y'all on whether you want to vote on this now, later, so on and so forth.
Oh yeah, we need to vote on it now. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I support all the decision packages. And I would agree. I think to the point that Mr. Solomon made, I'm fine with holding off on spending or assigning monies from what we have extra. But I would say if we are going to do it today, at least some of it, we should look into some things that maybe we didn't do back in June. We just had a presentation about deferred maintenance for roads. One thing we didn't do was put a little extra money towards deferred maintenance. So if we are, to Mr. Solomon's point, going to put any monies anywhere, I would put it towards projects that have infrastructure related stuff that are already in the CPI. No, I'm sorry, not the CPI, the CIP. So I would say putting in monies toward deferred maintenance for the residential street reconstruction program, the pickleball, because that's a project that's already in motion. And then the Dominguez Park, there was some monies that I was hoping to get in there to expand on the existing project, especially related to erosion and stuff on the slopes, on the outer portions of that.
you have an amount for that?
It was about 200,000 for that. So those would be my thoughts.
Okay. And Councilmember MD.
Right, then I say we make a motion that we accept decision packages 1 through 29. Sorry, I should have it in front of me. And then decision packages 1 through 29, add 200,000 for Dominguez Park, 600,000 for pickleball, and increase traffic calming by 200,000. That's just that's just $1 million out of the 13 million.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so motion and a second. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Yeah, I'm not in favor at all of spending. I'm not even comfortable with spending money outside of what staff recommendations are here. We just have a letter. I almost don't even want to approve these decision packages as per the Budget and Finance Commission. I respect and value their input tremendously, and they haven't even been able to really look at these decision packages yet. So there's no way I'm going to approve putting more money towards things, especially $1 million, much less $600,000 towards pickleball. There's a way too much here. I mean, Mike, what happens if we don't approve the decision packages now? We wait, we'll let Budget and Finance look at these decision packages and let them look at it. And
it's the same 4/5 budget resolution. I mean, you know, there have been times we've done mid-year in March. So really it's just time. That's all it would mean. We'd have to identify a meeting night for the commission. I certainly wouldn't want us to trail this too deep into March, because we've got to get moving on the next budget, and this informs that. But you know, if the council wants us to take this back to the commission for more input, we can certainly do that.
They normally meet the second meeting in March, or second Thursday in March, I want to say.
Yeah, so that's the meeting they held on Thursday, the 10th of last week. That was their regular meeting. So
that's not going to be into the way it works in March. It's going to be really weird. It's not going to be the 10th, I guess.
It would be again on the 10th. We couldn't wait that long.
So I appreciate what you guys are trying to do here. I don't feel as comfortable approving all of these, but I'll just make. We can't. I mean, I really value what the Budget and Finance has to see and hear. I want their input on a couple of these decision packages, but I'm going to have to just accept staff recommendations and trust you guys here. We can follow up more because it's not that much money. So I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendations.
That would be a substitute motion.
Substitute motion to approve the staff recommendations on the budget modifications and approve all of the decision packages that the staff has recommended.
Okay, there's a second.
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Councilmember Lowenstein.
The issue I have, I'm with you, Laura, on pickleball. I really would like to get that done, but we haven't had a report yet on it. And so I'm very hesitant to allocate that sum of money or even any sum of money until we know what the cost is going to be, especially when they said at the beginning of the conversation, the CIP projects are just basically, you know, we can't even get stuff done that has been lined up for years. So I'm not sure why we would do that or allocate for other things. So, and I think, you know, some of these things, I know maybe you're going to disagree, but I haven't even heard the plan for Johnston. I have not heard it, and I don't remember it being presented to the council. So I want those kind of things presented so we ask questions. The other question I have, Mike, is the $200,000 for COVID testing. That is, I know they're out a lot, but that's a lot of money for COVID testing.
Yeah.
Are they getting PCR testing? I mean, what, and you know, why is it so expensive? Why can't we do like 50,000 now or 100,000 now? Why is it really 8 times what police is doing? That seems really high.
Yeah, the difference is fire, I believe, has preemptive testing requirements before they can re-enter the fire station at any time, you know, from shift to shift. And that's an LA County mandate. And this is really an expense that's dating back to July 1. So this is an expense that was not anticipated as part of the proposed budget and is one that has been mandated on us. And we're making that adjustment in the budget now. So this isn't, to be clear, this isn't $200,000 we would spend between February and June of 2022. This is going back to July 1 of this fiscal year.
Is that the case also with that's the case also with the increased energy cost as well?
Yes,
too? It's
correct.
retroactive.
Correct. Yes, it's the full fiscal year expense.
Okay. All right, then I'm good with that, and I'm good with the motion. So I seconded that. So.
Okay, Councilmember Empty.
So the reason you don't remember Dow Johnson is because it was done back in 2017 is when we got those reports on that, and it's been in the works. It hasn't been able to make it up to the CIPs yet. So it's in traffic calming, and so that's great. I just don't think, I don't think what's put in there is going to be nearly enough. And then to actually get it completed and done. Second is the pickleball report has gone through, I've been watching it go through Park and Rec, and it's about to come back to us. So I think we need to take advantage of the fact that, just like you said, that these are expenses that would be presented to the residents that they can see and actually see moving forward. And you know, if we choose some of the other options, then we just have the money there that can be reallocated to something else. So I think we should really put our money where our mouth is on those type of projects that are really residents focused. And those two, traffic calming and the pickleball, I think it would go a long way with residents. And I agree, we should focus on employees, and it's not like we're using up all 13 million. It's just the million out of the 13 million, and 2 million of that was under budgeting. So I don't think it's a big ask to be putting that aside for that.
Hey, Councilmember Obaji.
What would help the city, Mr. Wazansky, in getting more CIP projects done? Is there anything that we can do from at the regular budget cycle, not mid-year now? But
yeah, I mean, we've thought about that, pretty hard coming into this mid-year, and the answer is more engineering staff. But the concern I have is that we want to look at that through a structural lens, not a one-time lens. We may have to do both. Honestly, we may have to think about staff augmentation as part of the annual budget adoption process, knowing that some of those positions are through maybe a 2 to 3 or 3 to 4 year lens, and we might need to fund them accordingly just to move some of this along. There is a little bit of money in that traffic calming decision package for $100,000 that would be dedicated to staff augmentation to help assist with design and implementation of the projects. So we've got that concept in there a touch. But we want to build on that, I think, more significantly as part of the annual budget consideration.
Right. And there's no such thing as like outside engineer contractors that you could hire for projects?
Well, we do. We have on-call contractors helping us constantly. But at the end of the day, even their work has to be reviewed by
somebody in-house.
Presented to all of you for consideration. So there's still a funnel point there with existing resources.
Sounds good. Thank you.
I'll just say this, whether it's pickleball courts or traffic calming or whatever. I mean, I heard you loud and clear, City Manager Mike Wazansky, that, we got 91 CIP projects, and we're not, it's staff is the bottleneck, and the ability to execute things is the bottleneck. So I'm for pickleball courts. I'm for a lot of things that, it just can't put 20 pounds into a 10-pound bag. So let's get done what we've got slated and what's moving, and try to get those through as quick as we can. And so many things take so long. I'm sure Councilmember Obaji's concern with how do we speed some of these things up, because I first started talking to Dave Bernier about the skate park literally 5 years ago, over 5 years ago. And that's just one project. That's just my red herring. So, anyway, it's not just money. Anyway, Councilmember Obaji.
Quick question. Do we have a rendering of the Perry Park? Because I remember when they did the outreach and they went up there and kind of tested the design kids want to see. If we could see a copy of the renderings. I never saw final, just mock-ups. I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, we do have something, council member, and we can share that with you offline or just send it to the council later.
Thank you.
And Ted, while you're on, could you answer Councilwoman MD's question about your projection there on the Dow Johnson neighborhood calming issue. Is that, in your view, and significant? I mean, do you have enough money there to cover that expense?
We believe so, because a couple of components of that are actually being taken care of. And one of the big ticket items was a signal upgrade at Dow and Manhattan Beach Boulevard. That has actually been incorporated into the Manhattan Beach Boulevard project. So that was about $250,000 of upgrades that are now offset from the traffic calming element and are part of the CIP for Manhattan Beach Boulevard. The 100,000 estimate for on Indian Islands and what have you, that was to include design and construction. And obviously, once we get the monies to move into the design phase, we could update the construction costs accordingly. And we would definitely have that before, or we would have that no sooner than when we go through the annual budget for the 22-23 fiscal year. So if there is any estimation that we think needs further dollars for construction, we would know by that time, and we would be asking for those additional.
Yeah, thanks, Ted. And that really is the point that I would make in general about anything that we want to supplement. That's why if we hold the 13.8 million back and make it part of the annual budget, we'll have the feasibility report on pickleball. We'll have more detailed designs on projects that are in motion. We'll give you our normal CIP recommendations, and it may include enhancing and supplementing existing project accounts with a portion of that 13.8 million to make sure we can get them across the finish line. So if those are all priority elements for the council, we'll have an opportunity with the annual budget to make those appropriations.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm willing to remove out the 200,000 for the traffic calming if you think that's enough. I would be willing to revise that motion for that to bring that down. But that's it.
I think there's a secondary motion, as I recall.
Yes.
So let's see if that passes. Any more questions, comments? Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
No.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
No.
Okay, well, there you go. That's our mid-year budget. I've never seen such a balance. That's nice to see, even if it is one.
It needs a 4/5 vote to pass.
Oh, okay. Well, then let's go back to your motion. Sorry. Thanks for the reminder. Back to Councilmember MD's motion, but you removed Councilmember MD the 200,000 from the
for the traffic calming. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you left in the how much for pickleball? 600,000.
600,000 for pickleball and 200,000 for the Dominguez Park.
Okay. So I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
And Councilmember Obaji.
No.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, so need another motion, folks.
All right, here we go.
Councilmember Obaji.
I'll make a motion to adopt the staff recommendations for the mid-year decision package and throw $100,000 towards pickleball.
No.
Okay.
If you're trying to make some kind of compromise, then put it at Dominguez Park because they actually have a plan for that. And so if you don't want to go to pickleball, then I feel sorry for those guys. They've been trying forever to get pickleball in.
We're gonna get it. It's just a question of time.
Yeah, really.
A question of time, but it took like Mr. Brand said, it took
Mayor
5
Brand.
years.
Actually 6 years. I miscounted.
6 years. It took him 6 years to get the.
That's just one. Everybody's got one.
Yeah.
And he didn't have $600,000 appropriated towards it for 6 years.
Okay, so there's a motion. Do you want to change that, Zane, or is that your motion?
What do folks want? What will people agree to if they need an extra money dedicated to something that's not going to be used for 3 years? What do you want to dedicate the money to? Councilmember Nierenheim, Lowenstein, MD, Horvath.
Zane, why don't you let Councilmember MD make a motion? You don't need to ask her and then make the motion. If somebody wants to make a motion, then put your hand up. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Did you get a second on your motion there?
No.
Okay.
Well, I didn't. I apologize, Zane. I thought you wanted to change it, and then maybe you didn't. So is your motion 100,000 for the pickleball courts? Is that right?
No, withdraw. Withdrawn.
Oh, withdraw. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Narenheim.
You guys, listen. At the end of the day, the amount of work we have moving forward right now is tremendous. I'm not even comfortable with these decision packages to begin with right now. It's a huge give for me. Budget and Finance Commission hasn't even been able to fully vet these decision packages. We've got decision packages on the pallet shelter and 1,000 other things that I didn't even know was coming until now. I don't even want to approve these, but I will trust staff in their judgment right now. So I'd rather just keep things as is. There's plenty of things we can all sit here and say for parks and for people that they need. I mean, Alta Vista Park, I could point you out where the kids are literally playing on dirt and rusted benches that are literally falling apart, liability wise. So I just, I can't approve any extra funding right now. So my only motion I would make is to accept staff recommendations, but I'm not going to because Councilmember Lowenstein is going to make a motion or do that. You're going to do that?
Well, your hand is the only one up.
I was going to, but I don't know. I mean, the one thing I was thinking about was $100,000 towards, street paving or slurry sealing, because we know we're going to be doing that. But
it's a lost cause on any traffic calming, slurry sealing, because we can't get the projects done. None of these things can get projects done.
There's no point to it. There's no, and if nothing happens, all this goes into the general fund, right?
Exactly. Staff gets nothing.
So, yeah, I'm not going to bother them.
Thank you. So I'll just make a motion to accept staff recommendations on the mid-year budget and accept their budget response reports and their recommendations again.
But that motion already failed.
Yeah, you can't.
Oh, I can make the same motion again. You guys can change your mind. And if it fails again and Councilman Lowenstein and I don't want to expend extra money anywhere else, then the $13.8 million stays exactly as is, and no money gets allocated, and staff recommendations just sit there.
That'd be a better way.
You could add an extra $1, Nils, and it wouldn't be the same.
Oh, look, okay, so
generally you can't make the same motion in a motion for reconsideration unless you were in the side that voted no for it.
That's why.
Let me just interrupt. Mike Witzinski, what if we don't pass anything tonight?
We have to have a few of these items. We have to have the first two items because we need to appropriate the money on proceeds into the general fund budget. We need to make adjustments to revenues. I mean, we need to do a certain.
Somebody needs to make a motion for reconsideration because.
No, I'll change my motion then. We can just go from there and just say, okay, I will accept the. Mike, what are the ones we absolutely need?
I mean.
Come on.
We need the whole thing. Will somebody please make a.
Unless you just want to, I'll make a motion to reconsider my staff recommendation. My motion.
You can't. You didn't vote no.
1 and 2.
Yeah, you didn't listen to what I said, but the people were talking.
Go ahead, Mike. Let Mike Witzinski speak, please. I'm sorry, Mike Webb.
Yeah, to do a motion for reconsideration, you had to be in the side that voted for failing it, i.e. someone that's going to change it. So Councilwoman MD or Councilmember Horvath could do a motion reconsideration on yours, or one, you or Councilman Ravaji or Councilmember Lowenstein could do a motion of reconsideration on Councilwoman MD. You have that in place so you don't keep having the same voting on the same motion over and over again.
Got it.
So I could just add $1.
Narenheim, you still have your hand up?
Just put your hand down.
Yes, you could.
So I'll just make a motion to accept staff recommendations and add $100 to pickleball, $100 to Dominguez Park, and $100 to traffic calming.
Dude.
I'm not accepting anything more, period.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Was that second by Councilmember Lowenstein?
No, that was Obaji.
You know what?
Second by
I'm not
Councilmember Obaji.
seeing smiles on the other faces, so it's not going to pass. So I'm not going to say.
Well, I would like to get some work done here, you
Yeah,
guys,
exactly.
and that's not going to get it done.
Maybe Councilmember Narenheim could yield the floor.
Oh, yeah, go for it. Next person's up.
Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I would, I'm just going to say we're going to be discussing Dominguez Park soon. I know it's something that's important to Todd as well. And it's a project that has been delayed by 2 years. I'm just going to make a motion that we accept all decision packages and that we put the additional $200,000 that was not considered at the June budget into this motion for the Dominguez Park erosion issues around the to go into that CIP project. That's it.
Okay.
Second
Sounds
that.
like a good compromise. Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Hold on.
What's the motion again for
The motion is to
erosion?
accept staff report and add $200,000 to the Dominguez Park project. Is that correct, Chris?
No, the erosion. I heard something specific about erosion.
Yeah, it was
Part of the project.
We already have a CIP. It's just expanding the CIP to deal with the erosion along the outer banks of the park.
It's pretty much as unsexy of a project as you could have. A very, very important open space. So let's fund it.
Sewer pump.
And just to be
Less
clear,
than-
what dealing with the erosion means, it's perimeter landscape improvements. That's the way you deal with erosion. So it would be
Planting plants.
It would be enhancing the park project to add more money for plant installation is what it would be.
Just don't put any liner down first. We
Yes.
don't need Mike Garcia to come down there and you know,
So
anybody. Now me. Now I know you.
Yeah, this one, we need root penetration for this one. We need that. That's that.
Could you hire the South Bay Parklands to do this job?
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Councilmember Obaji made the motion and Councilmember Horvath made the motion. Councilmember Obaji seconded it. So I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Yes.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
No.
Okay, there you go. There's your 4/5 vote. Everybody's happy. All right.
Almost
Well, Mayor, we've got the next item is the crime statistic report. We can do that tonight if you have the patience for it, or we can continue that to March 1st. It's not time sensitive, obviously.
Yeah, maybe we should continue.
Mayor, I need to read the
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ellen.
resolution. Adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only resolution number 2202-010, a resolution of the City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, modifying the budget for fiscal year 2021-2022. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor.
And a point of order. I'm gonna bag out. I will see you guys later. Have a great 2 weeks, huh? I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Point of order? What, I don't know. Okay. What were you saying, Mike? You consider moving?
Yeah, and item N2 is not time sensitive. It's a review of crime statistics for the 2021 calendar year. So we can do it tonight if you have the bandwidth, or we can continue it to March 1st.
Let somebody make a motion. Councilmember Horvath, you have your hand up?
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay, anybody got a comment? Want to hear this crime stats next time? Seems appropriate to me, other than no one's
make
going to
a
be listening at 11:15.
I'll make a motion to move this item to the next council meeting.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
And Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Okay, so that gets moved to, what'd you say, Mike, March 8th or?
March 1st. We'll do it on March 1st.
March 1st. Okay. What's next?
We are dark next Tuesday.
Oh, okay. All right.
First time in 8
city
weeks.
manager item. Do you have anything, Mike?
Nothing tonight, just that very comment that we do not have a meeting next Tuesday night. You have a free week. I'm sure everybody could use the break, and we'll be back on March 1st.
Okay. Mayor and council items, discussion and consideration of mayor's appointment to fill a vacancy on the historical commission. I'd like to appoint Steve Colleen. His family lived in Redondo 111 years. And he volunteered and is recommended by the chairman of the historical commission. And got a lot of experience in Redondo. He's willing to do it. So historical commission, that would be my appointment.
I'll make a motion to approve the mayoral pick for the commission seat.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Nierenheim, second by Councilmember Lowenstein, I think. Okay, bless you. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Abstain.
And Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Okay, so ordered, or so it is. What's up next? Any referrals to staff? Councilmember Nierenheim.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the CPA 100% choice green energy, bring it back for discussion on the rates and the rate structure to see what our options are if we wanted to back out of that choice that we made in December. I don't know, Ted, is this going to be a time sensitive thing you've got to deal with before? I think the item goes in, it takes active in October. Maybe we need it in sometime April or May or something.
I think the reconsideration is, April is definitely a good time. I just don't know the legal logistics of the reconsideration, if you will. We can bring back the material and have the council reconsider it if that's the direction of the council.
Okay. So that's my motion. And we'll bring it back in April to rediscuss the discussion.
Is there a second?
I'll second. It's worth a discussion for sure.
Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
No.
Councilmember Obaji.
This is a courtesy aye, but I heavily oppose it because it's not going to give you the bang for the buck that you want. Aye.
Okay, so we'll have that discussion in April. Councilmember Lowenstein,
Just for the record, Mayor, there were no public comments for P1.
Oh, thank you. I didn't ask. Sorry.
Okay.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
I have nothing. Thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you. Thank you, staff.
Yeah. Only thing I'll say is I think I might have already is thanks for the railing at Veterans Park. I got another thank you from Tom Lasser. A lot of people noticed replacing that railing at Veterans Park, that walkway down. So appreciate that. And it should last a lot longer than the wood ones that were there.
Yeah.
Hey, Ted, have you heard anything about the county working on the walk path? I know they had done significant work and had an estimate on what it would cost to redo the walk path and Avenue A ramp. Have you heard anything from them?
I've not heard anything new, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We'll reach out just to tag them and see, because it's been almost a month since we had our last conversation with them.
Okay, great. All right. Well, that's it, everybody. I guess I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Till Tuesday, March 5th. Who was the second? Sorry.
First.
March 1st.
March 1st.
That's no, I don't know.
No, it doesn't matter.
We're still all leaving.
I'll say a motion by Councilmember Lowenstein, seconded by Councilmember Nierenheim to adjourn. Any objections?